Hello guys, in this video we're talking about free time activities. Let's look at the vocabulary first. Playing basketball, doing crafts, drawing, playing the guitar, watching series, cooking, hiking, playing video games, reading books. So you can use this vocabulary, combining it with these sentences down here to talk about likes and dislikes. Let's practice that. I enjoy playing basketball. I'm really into cooking. That means the same thing as I like. I'm really into cooking. My favorite thing is doing crafts. I find hiking really fun. I find playing video games really relaxing. I don't like drawing. I love playing the guitar. And I hate playing video games. So, now maybe you can try to answer the questions. Number 1, what are you really into? Choose one of these sentence structures right here. And number 2, what do you find relaxing? Number 3, what do you hate doing? Number 4, what do you like doing on the weekends? Number 5, what else do you like doing in your free time? And if you're a little bit more advanced, you can answer why. So that's how you talk about your likes and dislikes for free time activities. It's also important to know the locations. Example, where do you play basketball? Well, I play basketball on a basketball court. There's another option too, gym. I play basketball at the gym. The next one, art studio. Which free time activity is associated with art studio? That would be drawing. So, where do you draw? Where do you draw? I draw at the art studio. Okay, next one. What do you do in your bedroom? Probably reading books, right? Or watching series. So, where do you watch series? I watch series in my bedroom. So now the preposition is no longer at, it's in my bedroom. Music studio. Where do you play the guitar? I play the guitar at the music studio. Now living room. Where do you play video games? I play video games in my living room. For living room and bedroom and all the rooms of a house, we use the preposition in. In my bedroom, in my living room, in my kitchen. Where do you cook? I cook in my kitchen. And the forest. Where do you hike? I hike in the forest. The forest is like a room. So I hike in the forest. Couch, sofa. I think in the United States they say sofa, but in Canada we say couch. So what do you do on the couch? And we use the preposition on. So you can say, I read books on the couch. And then Library. I also read books in the library. And cafe. What do you do at a cafe? I drink coffee at a cafe. So we're going to move on to the next page where we have an example dialogue. I'll just read this for you now. We have some free time together after class. Maybe we can do an activity together. Okay, sounds good. What are you really into? I'm really into doing crafts and drawing. What do you find relaxing? Oh, okay. I find playing the guitar and hiking really relaxing. Maybe we can do crafts and then go for a hike. Okay, sure. Are you busy this weekend? What do you like doing on the weekends? My favorite thing to do on the weekends is cooking. I enjoy making a nice dinner. That's really cool. I like cooking too. However, I don't like reading books. Do you read books? What else do you like doing in your free time? I find watching series really fun. Oh, I love watching series. We can do lots of things together. Yes, that's right. Let's go do a craft and then go hiking. So this is a fairly realistic dialogue where we have two people talking about what they like to do. On the bottom, there are idioms. So native speakers use idioms all the time. And idioms are expressions that can't really be understood just by their words. They have a meaning that is beyond the words. So for example, shoot some hoops. That just means play basketball. So people say, let's go shoot hoops after school. Catch a flick. That means watch a movie. Let's catch a flick after we have dinner tonight. And I wrote A at the end because Canadians often say A at the end of a sentence. So we could say, let's catch a flick after we have dinner tonight, eh? Keep it low key. That means just stay home and relax. I can't catch a flick with you tonight because I want to keep it low key and order takeout. So those are some useful idioms to help you describe activities. Next part. It's fill in the blanks. So, number 1, I really enjoy on the court at the park. Number 1 is playing basketball. Number 2, we find it relaxing to together in the kitchen. Number 2 is cook, to cook. Number 3, I go to guitar lessons at the local. Number 3 is music studio. I go to guitar lessons at the local music studio. Number 4, she likes at the art studio. Number 4 could be drawing or doing crafts. Number 5, we both like in the forest. This one is hiking. We both like hiking in the forest. Number 6, I enjoy playing video games on the couch or sofa. I enjoy playing video games on the couch. Number 7, After class, we will drink coffee at the... Where do you drink coffee? At the cafe. And number 8, we were watching series in her bedroom. We were watching series in her bedroom. So if you put all of this together, you should be able to talk for a whole paragraph or write a whole paragraph describing your free time activities. So here's an example. I'm going to read this for you. Hey, my name is Daniel. I want to tell you about my favorite hobbies and free time activities. I'm really into doing crafts because they are relaxing and compelling. I do not like playing video games because I find them distracting and stressful. I hate cooking because I never learned any kitchen skills. My favorite thing to do on the weekends is draw. When I was younger, I took drawing lessons at the local art studio. So, I have always had a passion for drawing. In terms of sports, I enjoy playing basketball at the court in the park. I often meet my friends at the court and play basketball with them. Sometimes, when I did not have homework, I like to relax on my sofa and watch series. I enjoy fantasy series as well as sci-fi series because they are both fascinating and imaginative. When I hang out with my friends, we usually go hiking in the forest together. Nature is relaxing and meditative. That's all. Goodbye. So now you should be able to talk about your free time activities without simply answering with one sentence. You should be able to say at least half a paragraph. All right, so if you want to practice, please write your free time activities in the comments of this video. And yeah, thank you for watching. So that's all. Goodbye. Hello guys, today we're talking about technology. Let's start with the vocabulary. Laptop, laptop. Smartphone, smartphone. Tablet, tablet. Console, console. PC, PC. E-reader, e-reader. Desktop, desktop. Headphones, headphones. Microphone, microphone. Okay. And these are sentences you can use to talk about how you use technology. So you can say, I write emails. I listen to music. I talk to my friends. I post on social media. I text people. I take pictures. I read the news online. I check social media. So let's practice answering these questions. Which of these items do you use, and what do you use them for? So you could say, I use a smartphone to talk to my friends. Or you could say, I use headphones to listen to music. I use a PC to read the news online. I use a tablet to write emails. Number 2, which of these items would you like to have? Why? So here you could say, I would like to have a microphone because I'm a musician and I want to record music. You could also say, I would like to have an e-reader because I like reading books. What about tablet? You could say, I would like to have a tablet because I like posting on social media. Number 3, what are the 3 most common uses of technology for you? So a good trick is to repeat the question when you're answering it. So you can say, starting here, the 3 most common uses of technology for me are writing emails, texting people, and taking pictures. So try to make that sentence on your own. I'll say it again. The 3 most common uses of technology for me are writing emails, listening to music, and taking pictures. So down here, it's a little bit of a longer question. 2 parts. Describe a device that you have and what you use it for. And how would your life be different without that device? So what you need to do is use all of these sentences. And when you see 3 dots, that means you need to add your own ideas. So I'll give you an example. I'll go first. That's a pretty difficult question. If I had to choose, I'd say my smartphone is the most important to me. I use it for many things. Mainly, I use it for texting people, taking pictures, and reading the news online. My life would be different without it because if I didn't have a smartphone, I wouldn't be able to talk to my friends. So that's an important sentence structure. If I didn't have a smartphone, I wouldn't be able to talk to my friends. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to. All right, let's move on. Next page. I'll read a dialogue talking about technology. Okay. Do you enjoy using technology? Well, sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. I think that technology can be frustrating. My life would be very different without my smartphone because it would be harder to communicate with friends and family. Yes, me too. If I had to choose, I'd say that my PC is the most important device for me. Why is your PC the most important device for you? My PC is the most important because I use it to write emails, read the news online, and listen to music. Is there a device that you don't have, but that you'd like to have? I think I'd like to have an e-reader because it would make it easier for me to read books while I am away from home. I'd like to have a video game console because sometimes I get bored on the weekend. I would like to play some games. That sounds great. I hope you get one soon. So that is a fairly realistic dialogue between 2 people talking about technology. Okay, at the bottom we have technology idioms. These idioms are related to technology and they can be used in daily life. The first one is a well-oiled machine. What does that mean? A well-oiled machine. So that just means a group of people that get along well together and work well together. It's like a good team. So you could say, our office has become a well-oiled machine. Or if you like sports, like I like basketball, I could say, in the 90s, the Chicago Bulls were a well-oiled machine. To pull the plug, the next one, to pull the plug. What does that mean? Well, to pull the plug means that you stop doing something immediately. So if you have an idea, but then you decide it's a bad idea, you don't want to do it, and you just stop. You just stop. That's pull the plug. You could say, I pulled the plug on my new business. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Wait a moment. Hold the phone. Did you just say that you got a new job? So hold the phone just means like pause, wait, I need a break. And you say it when you are kind of surprised about something. Hold the phone. 3 tech idioms. Sorry. All right, fill in the blank. My office recently we got them because we wanted to save space. So number 1 is laptops. 2, I need to buy new to help me work on my music. Number 2 is headphones. Number 3, she is addicted to her. She spends way too much time looking at it. So number 3 is smartphone. 4, I rarely, because I prefer to read newspapers. So this is read the news online. Number 5, they don't read books anymore. They only use their e-readers. They don't read books anymore. They only use their e-readers. Number 6, I, in the morning to all my clients. That's write emails. I write emails in the morning to all my clients. Number 7, I use my camera too when I am traveling to new places. Take pictures. I use my camera to take pictures. 8, the new gaming just came out last month and people are excited. The new gaming console. And by the way, do you know the names of the most popular consoles? There's the PlayStation, Xbox, and Wii. And I think there's also a Nintendo Switch. Yeah, I don't really play video games. Okay, putting it all together, you should be able to talk at length about technology by using the sentences and vocabulary we just learned. So I will read this for you now. My life would be very different without technology. I use it for many things. If I had to choose, I'd say that my PC, my smartphone, and my e-reader are the most important devices to me. My PC is important because I use it to write emails, read the news online, and listen to music. Without my PC, I wouldn't be able to do a lot of things, including earning money. I use my smartphone to text people and take pictures. This is very important because most of my best friends and family live far away from me. Without my phone, I wouldn't be able to talk to them regularly. My e-reader is also important because it is my main source of entertainment. I read books on my e-reader every day, and it is very relaxing and interesting. Mainly, I use technology for work, communication, and entertainment. I remember a time without technology though. When I was growing up, we didn't use computers or smartphones very much. Everything has changed in the past 2 decades, for better or worse. Okay. Can you talk about technology for 1 paragraph or half a paragraph? If you want to practice writing, please write about technology in the comments to this video. If you make any mistakes, I'll try to correct it for you. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Hello everyone. Today we're going to be talking about education. First, we're going to learn vocabulary for education. So if you want, you can repeat after me. History. History. Art. Art. Science. Science. Math. Math. Or mathematics. Mathematics. Physical education. Physical education. Or PE. PE. Economics. Economics. English. English. Music. Music. Geography. Geography. Okay? And here are some adjectives you can use to describe why you like these subjects or why you dislike them. So, easy, useless, enjoyable, difficult, interesting, practical, useful, boring. So, what subject do you like studying? Question 1. So you have to say, I like studying history. And it says why, so then you have to say, because it is, and you just pick an adjective. I like studying history because it is enjoyable. Or you could say, I like studying music because it is interesting. Number 2, what subject do you not like studying? Why? I do not like studying math because it is difficult. Or, I do not like studying economics because it is boring. Number 3, what subject is most important in your opinion? Why? So for this one, you start the question, you'll start the answer with this, in my opinion. So you can say, in my opinion, geography is most important. And it says why, so we still have to say because it is practical. Okay? Or, in my opinion, science is most important because it is useful. Useful. What subject is least important? Here they do not say in your opinion. So you don't have to answer the question like that if you don't want to. You could just say, maybe you could say, English is least important because it is useless. Not true, but those are just some examples about how you can make sentences to talk about education, okay? The next part, useful language. These phrases can help you express your opinions. We already talked about one. In my opinion, art is the most important because it is interesting. Or you could also say, well, it seems to me that art is the most important because it is interesting. Or, personally, I think math is the most important subject because it is useful. So there you go. All of these phrases are the same. Let's practice expressing our opinions for the 4 questions. Number 1. Why should people study English? You need to answer like this. People should study English because it is, and you pick an adjective. But at the beginning of the sentence, we're going to use one of the useful phrases. So let me show you. Number 1, why should people study English? Personally, I think people should study English because it is practical. Number 2, why should people study science? In my opinion, people should study science because it is useful. Number 3, why should people study history? For me, people should study history because it is enjoyable. Number 4, why should people study physical education? Well, it seems to me that people should study physical education because it is interesting. Now you can try to make sentences on your own. Here's an example dialogue of 2 people talking about education. I will read it for you now. I have a lot of science homework this weekend. Oh, really? Do you like science? Or do you like studying some other subject? I like studying math because it is interesting and useful. What subject do you not like studying? I don't like studying history because it is difficult and useless. Okay, which subject is most important in your opinion? I think that English is most important because of the global economy. We need to speak English for many types of jobs. And my last question, which subject is the least important? I think that music is the least important. I love music, but I think that students can learn it outside of school. Okay, nice to see you. Goodbye, and good luck with your homework this weekend. So that is a very realistic conversation that 2 people can have about education. At the bottom of the page, we have useful language, education idioms. Idioms are expressions that don't mean literally what they say. They have kind of a secret meaning or a hidden meaning. So the first one, to draw a blank, means to not remember something. So You don't remember something, you can say, what is the name of that actor? I'm drawing a blank. Here it says, she asked me the answer to the math question, and I didn't know what to say because I drew a blank. The past tense of draw is drew. I drew a blank is the past. Next one, to put on a thinking cap. A cap is another word for a hat, usually a baseball hat. It's called a cap, baseball cap. So this means to think very seriously about something. And this is why it's an idiom, where it doesn't mean literally what it says, because you can't actually put on a thinking cap. It doesn't exist. But it just means you're going to think. So you could say, we have a serious problem here. We better put on our thinking caps. And here it says we need to put on our thinking caps and figure out how to solve this problem. The next one, to figure something out. That's sort of like a phrasal verb, to figure out. So that means just to discover something or solve a problem. So in a detective movie, the police tried to figure out the crime. I figured out how I can finish my math assignment. Figure it out. Fill in the blank. Sometimes there can be more than one right answer here, because we're talking about opinions and easy subjects, difficult subjects. But other times, there's only one right answer. Number 1, studying what happened in the past is history. History. Number 2, learning to paint and make sculpture is art. Number 3, running, swimming, and jumping is physical education. Number 4, the most difficult subject is, well, this is your opinion, so you could say whatever you want. For me, I would say math. Number 5, the easiest subject is, I think, music. I'm a musician, so it's kind of easy for me. Number 6, in my opinion, the most useful subject is, now it's up to you, but if you're watching this video, you might say English. Number 7, she told me that she thinks is a useless subject. She told me that she thinks art or history, whatever. It's up to you. Learning about countries. Oh, I should say, if there's more than one answer, we say it's up to you. You can pick the answer. So I can say, there's more than one answer, it's up to you. You can pick. Learning about countries and oceans and mountains is geography. There's only one answer there. I like geography. Do you like geography? Putting it all together. So a lot of English students are able to answer questions with one sentence, but it's harder for them to speak a long answer or to write a long answer. So that's what this is about. Let me read it for you. When I was in high school, I liked studying history because I thought it was enjoyable and interesting. I didn't like studying math because I thought it was difficult and boring. Now that I'm older, I understand that both math and history are important for different reasons, though. In my opinion, the most important subject is geography. because I think that knowing about the world is a practical and important skill. If we do not know geography, it makes it very difficult to understand the world around us. I think that the least important subject is physical education. I think exercise is very important and valuable, but I think that most children play sports outside of school. This means that studying physical education at school may be less important. I think everyone should study many different subjects because it is important to be well-rounded individuals. So now, using everything you learned today, can you write one paragraph about education? Or can you practice speaking about education in a paragraph? Let me know. If you want, feel free to leave a comment in this video about what you think about education. Thank you for watching. Have a great day. Hello there. Today we're going to talk about a special occasion. This is important because in small talk, people often talk about birthdays, holidays, weddings, stuff like that. So let's start with vocabulary. You can repeat after me if you'd like. Fireworks. Fireworks. Candle. Candle. Suit. Suit. Balloon. Balloon. Present. Present. Dress. Dress. Cake. Cake. Champagne. Champagne. Feast. Feast. Okay, a feast is like a big meal that you share with your family on holidays. A feast. And then we also have feelings. I'll read all of those for you as well. Tired. Happy. Surprised. Relaxed. Nervous. Excited. Bored. Proud. So we want to try to combine the vocabulary with the feelings to make sentences which answer the questions. Number 1. What is the most special day of the year? Okay. So you pick a day. You say it's the most special day because, and then you can talk about some of these items at the top and also your feelings, how it makes you feel. So let me start. I think that Christmas is the most special day of the year because my family lights candles and exchange presents. So Christmas makes me feel excited and happy. Let me try another one. I can say the most special day of the year is Halloween because people dress up in costumes and they have a feast of candy. Halloween makes me feel surprised and nervous. Which holiday is coming up next? Well, I'm recording this video in September, so maybe the next holiday is Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. So I can say Thanksgiving is coming up next. And then I can use some of these. I can say on Thanksgiving, people drink champagne and eat cake. At the end of the day, people feel tired and relaxed. What are some holidays that people celebrate in countries other than yours? Good question. Well, I'm from Canada, okay? So in Canada, we celebrate Christmas, Thanksgiving, Halloween, Easter. In other countries, I can think of the Lunar New Year or Chinese New Year. So I can say like this. In countries other than mine, people celebrate Lunar New Year. On Lunar New Year, people eat mooncakes and they exchange presents of red packets. And Lunar New Year makes me feel happy and proud. All right. Try to answer these questions on your own, either by writing or typing, or possibly just by speaking aloud. Maybe call your friend, your English friend, and tell them about holidays that you like. Useful language, describing special occasions. So here you can use these sentence beginnings to answer the questions. Tell me about a special occasion you recently had. I'm going to tell you about my best friend's wedding. What do you usually do at a wedding in your country? At first, people go to a church for the wedding ceremony. Then, they have a wedding reception or a party. How do special occasions make you feel? Why? Special occasions make me feel really happy and excited. What sort of feast would you eat at a special occasion? At first, we would eat salad. Then, we would eat the main course, maybe turkey and potatoes. Afterwards, we will eat dessert like pumpkin pie. Okay, now about the wedding, it was a really special day because I got to see my friend very happy, and everyone drank champagne and ate cake. This is a dialogue in which two people are talking about special occasions. I'll read it for you now. What is the most special day of the year for you? Good question. For me, the most special day of the year is Christmas because it is a happy and exciting day. What do you usually do on Christmas? My family exchanges presents, prepares a feast, and eats a cake for dessert. I admire Christmas, but in my country, people mostly celebrate Hanukkah. During Hanukkah, we light a candle every day for 8 days. Oh, you must be from Israel. Hanukkah sounds interesting. How do special occasions make you feel? To be honest, special occasions usually make me feel tired. I often feel nervous around large groups of people. I can understand that. I usually feel tired after Christmas holidays, so I spend a few days relaxing. So, which special occasion is coming up next in your country? Actually, my cousin is getting married next weekend. The wedding is going to be special. I need to go back to work though. Nice chatting to you. Bye-bye. So there you go. That could be two colleagues at work talking about special occasions, small talk. So, useful language, holiday idioms. Idioms are phrases or expressions which have a deeper meaning or a secret meaning than you can actually see from the words. So the first one, the holiday spirit. This is just a positive feeling that people get during the Christmas season. So the Christmas music on the radio has got me into the holiday spirit. Quit cold turkey. You may know on Thanksgiving, people eat turkey for a feast. But this is not actually talking about the animal. It's talking about quitting a bad habit. Suddenly. It's like tomorrow, if I wanted to stop smoking, I could say, tomorrow I'm going to quit cold turkey. That means no more cigarettes ever again. It says here, I don't smoke anymore. I quit cold turkey last month. Lastly, Scrooge. Scrooge. Not really an idiom, it's just a word that we use. It's a person who is cheap. And cheap means the person does not like spending money. So, and unkind, not nice, especially during Christmas. It's based on a movie, I think it's called A Christmas Carol, where this guy named Scrooge was not very nice. So you could say, don't be a Scrooge. Donate some money to the church. Okay, fill in the blanks. Don't worry, at the top it says family. That's wrong. It should say a special occasion. But here's the vocabulary. I left the movie because I felt... Why would you leave a movie theater? Because I felt bored. Have you ever done that? We have been busy in the kitchen preparing all afternoon. Preparing a feast. Preparing a feast. Number 3, we celebrated the good news by drinking some... What would you drink to celebrate? Champagne. Champagne. Number 4, on Christmas Eve, many families open presents. Many families open presents. Number 5, during Hanukkah, people light candles. People light candles. Number 6, if you need to dress up for a special occasion, you can wear a... What clothes would you wear on a special occasion? Suit. You can wear a suit. On New Year's Eve, many people go outside and light fireworks. Do people light fireworks on New Year's Eve in your country? Number 8, I am very... For the holidays, I am full of the holiday spirit. How do you feel before the holidays? Excited. Excited for. So if somebody asks you about a special occasion, you should be able to use English to describe it in a long paragraph like this. So I'm going to read it for you right now. For me, the most special day of the year is Halloween. Halloween is celebrated annually on October 31st. On Halloween, children dress up in costumes and walk around the neighborhood collecting candy from their neighbors. Sometimes children get a stomachache because they feast on too much candy. Halloween also has a deeper meaning. It is traditionally thought of as the day where the wall between the living and the dead comes down. There are lots of spirits and supernaturalism associated with Halloween. This makes me feel both excited and nervous. As October 31st approaches, I usually start to feel the holiday spirit. In Canada, where I live, the leaves change colors in October and the weather gets colder. All this contributes to a creepier atmosphere. Another cool element of Halloween is the jack-o'-lantern. This is a pumpkin with a face carved into it and a candle in the middle. It looks like a glowing face. Halloween is awesome. Okay, that's a little bit harder language in there. But I think if you use some of the things you learned today, you should be able to describe a special occasion in your own way. So thanks for watching the video. Please comment below. Practice writing. You can write about your favorite holiday in the comments section. Okay, thank you for watching. Good luck studying. Okay, so now we're going to practice conversation English for talking about your home. Let's look at the vocabulary first. Kitchen. Kitchen. Dining room. Dining room. Hallway. Hallway. Living room. Living room. Balcony. Balcony. Office. Office. Bedroom. Bedroom. Bathroom. Bathroom. Basement. Basement. So these are parts of your home, and we can describe them using the adjectives that we see here. I'll read the adjectives for you. Comfortable. Modern. Light. Uncomfortable. Old-fashioned. Dark. Expensive. Small. So now we want to combine this vocabulary with these adjectives. And we can do that by answering the question. What rooms do you have in your house? Can you describe them? Example. My house has a kitchen, dining room, hallway, and living room. The living room is modern, the kitchen is comfortable, and the hallway is small. Let's try again. What rooms do you have in your house? Can you describe them? My house has a balcony, a basement, and an office. The balcony is light, the basement is dark, and the office is expensive. So, can you try to describe some of the rooms in your house using the vocabulary and these adjectives? You can also talk about what kind of home you have. So we have apartment, house, farm, villa, and your house could be in a city or in a countryside. So let's practice using these words to answer these questions. Number 1, what is the best kind of home to live in? Why? So we start, as always, by repeating the question. The best kind of home to live in is a house because it is big and modern. To answer why, I just use 2 adjectives, big, modern. Number 2, is it better to live in the city or the countryside? Why? Same thing, we will repeat the question a little bit. It is better to live in the city because cities are more comfortable and modern. But it's up to you. It's your opinion. Maybe you think it's better to live in the countryside. Can you answer why? What do you like and dislike about your home? Okay. I like my office because it is comfortable. And I dislike my bathroom because it is old-fashioned. What about you? What do you like and dislike about your home? The last question, who do you live with? I live with my wife and my dog. Okay, there you go. That is how you can talk about your home. So let's see an example dialogue between two people talking about their homes. Did you move to your new apartment yet? Yes, I moved to an apartment in the city last week. Can you describe your new home for me? Sure. It has 2 bedrooms, 1 kitchen, and a bathroom. The furniture is modern, and the bedroom is comfortable. That's good. Are you happier in the city than in the countryside? Yes, I prefer the city because it is more lively and convenient. What about you? I prefer the countryside. I have an expensive villa near the ocean. It is peaceful and quiet there. For me, the city is uncomfortable. Can you describe your villa for me? Sure, it has 3 bedrooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. There is also a balcony overlooking the sea. I hope that I can come and visit you someday. You are always welcome to stay at my apartment in the city. Goodbye. So that's an example of a realistic conversation between two people talking about their homes. At the bottom, we have useful language, and these are idioms. Idioms about a home or a house. So the first idiom is, a house is not a home. What does that mean? That means there's a difference between a house and a home. So a house is just the building, right? But the home implies your family, where you feel like you belong, where you feel comfortable. That's the home. So that's an idiom. A house is not a home. And these two words are not really, the way that we understand the difference is in the context. So it depends on the context, right? You could say, I'm moving to a new home next week, but you just mean the building. So you don't always have to say house. The next one is a house of cards. I think there was a TV show called House of Cards. And this means that a situation or a structure is unstable and might collapse, which means fall down. You can imagine if you take those little cards and you build a house, if you just blow on it, it could fall down. So the example, I feel that our business investments are resting on a house of cards. And clean house, when a company fires all employees and hires new ones. So if a new boss or a new manager takes over your company, he or she may choose to fire everybody and hire new employees. So the example is, I heard that the new management is intending to clean house when they take over the company. So those are 3 idioms you can use. A house is not a home, a house of cards, and clean house. Okay, let's do the fill in the blank activity. Number 1. My sister and I usually cook dinner on Saturdays in the kitchen. In the kitchen. Number 2. My sofa is old and so we want to get a new one. My sofa is old and uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Number 3. She is taking a nap in her... She is taking a nap in her bedroom. Bedroom. I guess you could also say living room as well. Number 4. I need to go brush my teeth in the bathroom. I need to go brush my teeth in the bathroom. Number 5. Their house cost $1 million. It is very expensive. It is very expensive. Number 6. My apartment only has a bedroom and a bathroom. It is very small. It is very small. Number 7. Walk down to find the bathroom on the left. Walk down the hallway. Walk down the hallway. Number 8. We stood on the and looked at the city. We stood on the balcony and looked at the city. If we put together everything we learned today, we should be able to make one paragraph talking about homes. Here's an example. I'll read it for you. I want to tell you what I think is the best kind of home to live in. In my opinion, the best kind of home to live in is a villa. Villas are comfortable, modern, and are usually located in the countryside. They are the best because they are relaxing, quiet, and peaceful. I used to live in an apartment, but I didn't like it because it was small, expensive, and old-fashioned. The bedroom was not relaxing, and the kitchen was not functional. Living in a big city is not good because there are too many people and too much noise. There is also a considerable amount of construction and pollution. This is why, in my opinion, it is much better to live in the countryside. I live with my girlfriend and my dog. Our villa is slightly small, but it is perfect for the 3 of us. If I could improve my home, I would like to add an office and a balcony. Other than that, I think my home is perfect. So, do you think that you could write one paragraph about your home and what you think about homes? You can replace some of the words. Maybe you think an apartment is better than a villa, and you can replace the adjectives. And just for practice, try to create your own sentence and your own paragraph. So, that is the end of the lesson talking about home. So I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you for watching. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about people from the past. How can you talk about people from the past? Well, at the top, we have vocabulary. These are all adjectives to describe someone's personality. So, boring, boring. Funny, funny. Mean, mean. Strict, strict. Relaxed, relaxed. Happy, happy. Unhappy, unhappy. Helpful, helpful. Interesting, interesting. We also have phrases to describe appearance. Appearance means how someone looks. So the first part was personality. The second part is how they look. So she is short. He is slim. She has long hair. He has curly hair. She wears glasses. She has blue eyes. He is in his 30s. This means his age, somewhere between 30 and 39, in his 30s. He has a beard. Let's practice using the vocabulary to answer the questions. Number 1, have you ever known someone who was interesting? Why? So the first part is basically a yes or no. So you could say, yes, I have known someone who was interesting. And to answer the why question, you can say, they were interesting because, and then you just say a fact about them. For example, they were interesting because they were a comedian. That's an interesting job, comedian. Or they were interesting because they were very tall. That's interesting because not many people are tall. Do you know anyone who has a beard? Simple question. You could say, yes, I know someone who has a beard. We change anyone to someone. Or the negative, no, I don't know anyone who has a beard. For the negative, you can use anyone. I don't know anyone, or I do know someone. And number 3, what qualities, in your opinion, make a person boring? So we say, in my opinion, and then we have to say some qualities. In my opinion, close-mindedness make a person boring. What else can we say? In my opinion, lack of humor makes a person boring. Try to think of another quality that you think makes a person boring. Let's practice talking about a person from the past. I'm going to use all of these sentences, okay? Number 1, describe a person you can remember from school. So I'm just making this up, okay? I'm going to talk about Sarah. I can remember her really well because she was on the volleyball team. She taught me that volleyball is a very interesting sport. As for her appearance, she was tall and athletic. And she had blue eyes. In terms of her personality, she was funny and relaxed. I'll never forget her because she was so good at volleyball. Describe a person you used to work with. Use the same thing. I'm going to talk about Joseph. I can remember him really well because he was a great teacher. He taught me that teaching is a very important job. As for his appearance, he had a beard and he had curly hair. In terms of personality, he was helpful and happy. I'll never forget him because he was a very funny person. The third one is describe a famous person who's no longer alive. So you can think maybe your favorite athlete or your favorite musician, a famous person who's no longer alive. So practice this on your own, describing people using all of these sentences. So this is a dialogue. It's two people talking about people from the past. Let's read it. Tomorrow is our high school reunion. Are you excited? I'm a little excited, but I'm also nervous to see so many people from our past. Do you remember Alina? I heard that she has curly hair now and she got married to a man who has a beard. Yes, I remember her. She was funny and happy in high school. I wonder if she still has that easygoing personality. I'd assume so. In terms of personality, she was one of my favorite people from high school. I also remember Dominic. Oh yeah, I'll never forget him because he was my partner for our 12th grade science project. He was so relaxed about it. By now, everyone must be in their 30s. We are getting old. Is there anyone else you're looking forward to see? Well, not particularly. It will be interesting to see everyone. What should we wear? Is there a strict dress code? No, I don't think so. You can wear whatever you'd like. Well, I'll see you at the reunion. High school reunion. That's when people from high school get together 10, 15, 20 years later. It's called a high school reunion. Personality, idioms. Idioms are expressions that native speakers use to describe something that cannot be understood just by looking at the words. The entire phrase has a secret meaning. So down to earth. That means a person is easy to talk to. They're realistic, open-minded. So we can say right here, John is so down to earth. That's why I enjoy spending time with him. A dark horse. The second idiom, a dark horse. That's a person who keeps their interests and their ideas secret. And somebody who has a surprising past. So she never told me about her time traveling abroad. I suspect she's a dark horse. A dark horse, somebody who you don't know much about them. They're kind of mysterious and secret and quiet. And the third idiom, a social butterfly. A person who is outgoing and easy to talk to. They love to talk. They can be friends with anybody. She's the opposite of me. I'm an introvert, and she's a social butterfly. 3 personality idioms: down to earth, dark horse, and a social butterfly. Let's practice fill in the blanks. Number 1. I didn't recognize him because his face looks totally different. What's different about his face? Because he has a beard. I didn't recognize him because he has a beard. Number 2, I didn't finish the book because I thought it was... I thought it was boring. I didn't finish the book because I thought it was boring. Number 3, I've read that she was a person. She always thought of the needs of others. Helpful. I've read that she was a helpful person. Number 4, she never tried to play basketball because she was short. She never tried to play basketball because she was short. Past tense. Not she is short. She was short. Number 5, my new manager is younger than the last one. Which one of these has to do with age? This one. He is in his 30s. He is in his 30s. Number 6, she's a dark horse. I suspect that she has an past. What does dark horse mean? I suspect she has an interesting past. A dark horse is a person who has an interesting past. Number 7, she's happy and that is why she's a social butterfly. What is a social butterfly? Do you remember that idiom? She's happy and relaxed, or funny. She's happy and funny, or she's happy and relaxed. That is why she's a natural social butterfly. My old college professor was so... He never gave me a break. Never gave me a break. That means he never let me take a rest. He was never nice to me. So, my old college professor was so strict. Strict. So, if we want to put everything together into one long answer or one long speech, we can do it like so. Now, try to notice I'm using the vocabulary that we have already learned. I'm going to talk about a friend I had in high school. I can remember him really well because we often played basketball together. He taught me how to shoot 3-pointers. Due to his experience, he had a special technique which allowed him to shoot 3-pointers very well. As for his appearance, he was tall and had curly hair. In terms of personality, he was relaxed and funny. I'll never forget him because after practice, we'd go out to a cafe and talk about school, and we'd often laugh. It is interesting to think about people from the past. Often, I think of famous people from the past. One example is Jimi Hendrix. I wonder what kind of person he was in real life. From watching his videos, I saw that he was tall and had curly hair, and sometimes he had a beard. He was an excellent guitarist, and he had amazing stage presence. I think that he was one of the greatest rock stars that ever lived. Alas, I will never get a chance to see him in real life. So I talked about a friend, and then I talked about one of my favorite musicians. So can you pick a friend from the past and a famous musician and create a paragraph about them? Just use all the vocabulary we learned in this lesson. I hope you can do that. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to talk about our hometown. Let's begin with the vocabulary at the top of the page. Beach. beach. Restaurant, restaurant. Skyscraper, skyscraper. Shop, shop. Cafe, cafe. Movie theater, movie theater. Bar, bar. University, university. Nature, nature. Okay, so let's answer the question. What can you find in your hometown? Well, in my hometown, I can find cafes and movie theaters. What can you find in your hometown? Here's a few more things that you can find in a town. Temple, temple. Theme park, theme park. Church, church. Mosque, mosque. Park, park. Museum, museum. And art gallery, art gallery. Okay, so speaking task. Describe the place where you live. Okay, let me go first. So, my hometown has nature and restaurants. We also have churches and museums. So, what can you find in your hometown? Can you describe it for me? Next question. How long have you been living there? I have been living there for 5 years. How long have you been living in your hometown? What is it like? What is it like? We'll have to use an adjective for this one. So, my hometown is beautiful. My hometown is peaceful. My hometown is green and I don't know. Green and happy. Let's say green and happy. What is the best and the worst thing about it? Okay, first, the best thing about my hometown is the nature. The worst thing about my hometown is it is a little boring. There's not a lot to do. What about you? What's the best and the worst thing about your hometown? Useful language. These phrases help you talk about where you live. Okay, and it says, let's practice talking about someone else. Pick a friend or family member who lives in a different place. And we're going to use all of these sentence templates on the side. So I'll go first. I'm going to talk about my friend Mary. She used to live in London, but now she lives in Tokyo. It's an amazing place with lots of skyscrapers. What she likes about it is the shopping and the bars. The best thing about it is the art galleries. She doesn't like the movie theaters. So I just made that up, okay? So you can make up something on your own. Okay, next page. Example dialogue. Two people talking about their hometowns. So let me read this for you. Henry, what can you find in your hometown? My hometown has a movie theater, a cafe, and a university. How about you? What can you find in your hometown? My hometown has skyscrapers, restaurants, and shops. Are you still living in your hometown? No. Now I live in a different city. It's called Boston. Boston? Cool. How long have you been living there? I've been living in Boston for 5 years. I like it because it has art galleries, museums, and a park. Where do you live now? I live in Niagara. I like it because it has lots of nature and churches. What is the worst thing about Boston? The worst thing about Boston is that the shops are too expensive. What's the worst thing about Niagara? The worst thing about Niagara is that it can be a little boring. I hope I can visit you someday. Good night. So there's an example of two friends talking, perhaps talking on the phone or maybe texting about their hometowns. And you can also use idioms to talk about daily situations. And these idioms are related to the word town. Okay? So we usually say city for a place with a lot of people. And then we say town for a smaller city with not many people. Out of town, the first idiom. Out of town, right here. So that means away from the city that I live. So a lot of people would say, oh, I'm going out of town next week. Or, I cannot have dinner with you on Friday night because I'm going out of town. The second one, to hit the town. That's when you go out and spend time in a city doing something fun. So you could say, I can't wait to hit the town next week. Or the example, she worked all week and then hit the town on the weekend. Do you like to hit the town? And paint the town red, the third idiom, to spend time drinking, dancing, hanging out, going to restaurants. It's similar to hit the town, but to paint the town red, it's more about partying, dancing, drinking, stuff like that. So you could say, I'm going to paint the town red this weekend. Paint the town red. I wonder where that comes from. A lot of idioms have like a history. They come from somewhere, but I'm not aware of the history of that idiom. Okay, let's try fill in the blanks. So, number 1, I saw some beautiful paintings at the It's art gallery. I saw some beautiful paintings at the art gallery. Number 2, she saw some dinosaur bones at the museum. She saw some dinosaur bones at the museum. Number 3, we play football in the park. We play football in the park. Number 4, they are drinking coffee at the cafe. Cafe. They are drinking coffee at the cafe. Number 5, they had been eating dinner at a Where do you eat dinner? At a restaurant. They had been eating dinner at a restaurant. Number 6, the city will have built very tall by then. The city will have built very tall skyscrapers by then. Skyscrapers. Number 7, we would have been drinking at a bar. we would have been drinking at a bar. Number 8. She learned a lot from her professor at. Where does a professor work? At a university. She learned a lot from her professor at university. Okay, I hope you have mastered that vocabulary. Let's go on to the next part. Putting it all together. I will read this paragraph for you now. I live in a city called London. This is not London, England. It is a city in Canada. Some of Canada's cities have the same name as English cities. London, Canada, has many restaurants and cafes. For entertainment, you can go to the movie theater or the art gallery. There is a famous university in London called Western University. It is not close to the ocean or lake, so there are no beaches. It is multicultural, so there are churches, temples, and mosques. I have been living in London for 10 years. My favorite part of this city is the nature. There are many parks and forests where you can go for walks, runs, or have picnics with friends. The worst thing about London is that it is far away from other big cities in Canada. You need to drive for almost 2 hours to get to Toronto or Niagara Falls. This isolation isn't all bad, however. If you drive half an hour outside the city, you can find beautiful, quiet forests. Overall, I enjoy living in London. So hopefully, at the end of this lesson, you are now able to talk about your hometown in a paragraph. So you should be able to talk for 30 seconds or 1 minute about your hometown. I hope that you practice. You can write, you can type comments, or you can talk to a friend. So thank you for watching, and I hope that you learned. Let's learn about talking about the weather. So talking about the weather is kind of easy, but we're going to learn a little bit more advanced vocabulary. So at the top, some of them you know, some of them you don't probably. So I'll go through them all. Practice the pronunciation with me. Summer. Summer. Spring. Spring. Typhoon. Typhoon. Fall. Fall. Wind. Wind. Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm. Winter. Winter. Rain. Rain. Blizzard. Blizzard. Okay, so adjectives. Let's look at the adjectives. I'm just going to say each one once, so it's a little bit faster. Warm. Cloudy. Severe. Cool. Dry. Mild. Sunny. Humid. Okay, I hope you know all those adjectives. And questions. What is the weather usually like where you live? Okay, as always, we repeat part of the question. So I'll say, the weather is usually warm where I live. Okay? Or the weather is usually sunny and bright where I live. Number 2, what is your favorite type of weather and why? Let's repeat part of the question, okay? Starting here. My favorite type of weather is rain, because rain is cool and refreshing. That's kind of a surprise that I like rain. It's because I live in a hot country. Number 3, how does the weather affect how you feel? So we can say, the weather makes me feel all kinds of emotions. For example, sunny weather makes me feel happy. Cold weather makes me feel sad. Okay? Number 4, would you like to change anything about the weather in your hometown? I can say, no, I would not like to change anything about the weather in my hometown, because the weather is perfect in my hometown. What about you? Would you like to change anything about the weather in your hometown? Okay. Talking about the weather in your hometown. This is important. So let's look at these weather terms. Tornado. Tornado. Hurricane. Hurricane. Snowstorm. Snowstorm. Overcast. Overcast. Thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. Dew. Dew. Okay, so talking about the weather, I'm lucky to, and these are phrases which express whether you're lucky or you're unlucky. So, I'm lucky to have sunny weather in my hometown. I'm lucky to have sunny weather in my hometown. Another one, I'm very lucky to have 4 seasons in my hometown. I'm very lucky to have 4 seasons. Some places don't have 4 seasons, so it is kind of nice to have those different feelings. If we are unlucky enough to, this is one of those sentences where it's like, if, then. So I'll give you an example. If we are unlucky enough to have a blizzard, we stay home from school. Or, if we are unlucky enough to have a thunderstorm, then we must stay inside. And unfortunately, okay? Unfortunately, it is very cold in the winter. Unfortunately, it is very cold in the winter. Okay. Let me read this dialogue for you. 2 people talking about the weather. I'm lucky to live in a warm and sunny climate. My country, Indonesia, is usually around 30 degrees Celsius. Wow, that's great. Unfortunately, I do not live in a warm climate. I live in northern Canada. The winter is long, and we often have snow and blizzards. The weather in our countries is very different. Is it sunny and humid in the summer? Yes, I'm lucky to say that it is sunny in the summer, and the weather is warm or mild. Do you have any severe weather? During the rainy season, we have thunderstorms and lots of rain. So you only have 2 seasons, the rainy and the dry season? Yes, that's right. And if we are unlucky enough to have a typhoon, we need to be very careful. Typhoons are dangerous. Yeah, we have dangerous weather here sometimes too. It is hard to go outside during a blizzard, and sometimes we lose electricity. Would you like to change anything about the weather in your country? No. I think that the weather here is beautiful. So that's how you can talk about the weather in your hometown with a friend. So if you have a friend to practice English with, you can text them or give them a call. Ask them about the weather. Weather idioms. The first one, break the ice. This means to get a conversation started in a social situation. So when you first meet somebody, you need something to talk about to break the ice so you can become more comfortable together. They often do this before meetings. When you go to a new job or a new school or something, they have what's called an icebreaker. Look at the example sentence. We needed to break the ice before the meeting. So we played a game. Next one, calm before the storm. A quiet and peaceful time before something with great activity or difficulty happens. So you'll often notice before there's a big storm, the weather suddenly gets calm and quiet. This is often true of life as well, so that's why we use it as an idiom. When the day started out peacefully, I knew it was just the calm before the storm. I was expecting a busy day at the office. And cloud 9. To be on cloud 9 means you are very, very happy. Okay? When I finally got the promotion, I was on cloud 9. Okay, let's do fill in the blanks. Number 1. We had a last night. Did you hear the thunder? This one must be thunderstorm. We had a thunderstorm. Number 2. When we have a, we need to stay inside because it is too cold. When we have a blizzard. Number 3. If we are lucky to have weather, I go to the park. If we are lucky to have warm weather, I go to the park. Warm. Number 4. Spring in the northern hemisphere is usually mild. Spring in the northern hemisphere is usually mild. That means not hot and not cold, kind of in the middle. Number 5. The desert does not have a lot of rain. The desert does not have a lot of rain. Number 6. Dubai is a hot and place. You could say sunny, or I don't know if it's dry or humid, but you could say sunny. Dubai is a hot and sunny place. 7. I can't see any stars tonight because it is too cloudy. Number 8. If you live near a lake or the ocean, in the summer it may be hot and humid. Okay, putting it all together, I'll read this for you now. I want to talk to you about the weather in my country. First of all, I live in Canada, so we cannot say that the weather is the same across the whole country, because the country is so large. I live in southern Ontario, so I will only describe the weather there. In the summer, the weather is warm and sunny, usually. There are some days when it is mild, and we also have a lot of humidity. A lot of humidity. I-T-Y, humidity. Oh, sorry. No, we also have a lot of humid days. Yeah, a lot of humid days. Because I live close to 2 lakes. I'm very lucky to say that the autumn is the most beautiful season. All of the leaves change color, and the temperature is cool. And there's also some wind. This makes autumn quite a romantic season. The winter is more severe. It is cold, and there are occasional blizzards. Finally, the spring comes. The spring is mild and it sometimes rains. There isn't usually severe weather in the spring. Sometimes people think that Canada is cold all the time, but this isn't true. We have 4 different seasons. So the challenge for you is to talk about the weather in your country. Write a whole paragraph or try to speak for 30 seconds to a minute. So in this video lesson, we will learn how to talk about books in English conversation. Let's first look at vocabulary here at the top of the page. Story, story. Author, author. Romance, romance. Novel, novel. Fiction, fiction. Fantasy, fantasy. Character, character. Nonfiction, nonfiction. Plot, plot. Okay, the plot is the story. It is the things that happen in the book. This is called the plot. So you can say, oh, did you like the plot of the new book? Okay. Fiction is a kind of book that is not based on reality. It's not real. The author made it up. And nonfiction is a book that is based on reality. So like the story of someone's life, or a scientific book, or politics, or history. That is all called nonfiction. And we have adjectives that we can use to describe books. So let's read the adjectives as well. I'll say each one twice so you can practice the pronunciation. Funny, funny. Sad, sad. Scary, scary. Educational, educational. Interesting, interesting. Clever, clever. Important, important. Romantic, romantic. So at the top, we already had romance. Romance is a noun. Romantic is an adjective. So let's answer the questions. What is your favorite book? Why? And we have to try to use some of the vocabulary in our answer. There are many different ways to do this, but I will give you an example. My favorite book is Crime and Punishment because the plot is very interesting and the characters are very clever. Who is your favorite character from that book? Okay, my favorite character from that book is, I forget how to pronounce his name. I think it's Marmeladov because his life story is very sad. I felt sad for that character. What is your favorite book genre? Genre means type or category for books and also for movies and music too. So some book genres are romance, fantasy, what else? Sci-fi, fiction, nonfiction, those can also be genres. My favorite book genre is fantasy because I think fantasy stories are important and educational. You know, just because the fantasy is imaginary, it's not real, it still has a lot of things about life that we can learn. Next question. If you could write a book, what would you write about? So this is one of those questions. If you could, then I would. Or if I could, then I would. So I have to answer it like that. If I could write a book, I would write about my life. Why? Because that is what I know the most about, or at least I think I do. Who is your favorite author? Why? My favorite author is Dostoevsky, because his novels are important, interesting, and educational. Now, what about you? Who is your favorite author? Useful language. We're going to use these phrases to help us talk about books. And in doing so, we'll answer these questions. Describe a book you read recently. What was the book about? Why did you read it? How long did it take you to read it? Why did you enjoy it? We can answer all these questions by using these sentence templates on the left. I recently read Lord of the Rings, so let me talk about that. I'm going to go through each sentence and just fill in the blanks. So, well, a book that I have read recently is The Lord of the Rings. The author is J.R.R. Tolkien. It is set in a fantasy world called Middle-earth. It took me about 1 year to read. I read it very slowly. The main character is called Frodo. Frodo. The story is about the forces of good trying to destroy the forces of evil. What I really liked about it was the beautiful world that the author created. All right. This is an example dialogue of two people talking about books. So, what is your favorite book, Henry? Hey, Josie. My favorite book is a trilogy, Lord of the Rings. There you go, Lord of the Rings. That's cool. I like the movies. Who is your favorite character from The Lord of the Rings? Good question. My favorite character is Frodo Baggins. I like him because he carries a huge burden and he is brave. I also like Frodo, but my favorite character from The Lord of the Rings is Samwise Gamgee. He is loyal and even more brave. That's true. So, do you like fantasy books? What is your favorite book genre? I enjoy fantasy, but they are not my favorite. My favorite book genre is sci-fi because I like science and space. If you could write a book, what would you write about? If I could write a book, I would write about time travel. My characters would travel into the future. I hope you write that book. I would like to read it someday. And at the bottom of the page, there are useful idioms. So idioms are phrases that we use which express kind of a secret meaning. You can't understand the meaning just by looking at the words. So a closed book. You can use this to describe a person. She is a closed book. That means she is secretive. We do not know a lot about her because she doesn't talk about herself. She doesn't tell us. So she is a closed book. You can also use the opposite, open book. An open book is someone who has no problem talking about themselves. Let's look at the example. My manager is hard to understand because she is a closed book. Next one, bookworm. A bookworm is a person who reads a lot. My cousin is a real bookworm. She always has a book in her hands. Okay, are you a bookworm? Do you read a lot? Are any of your friends or family members bookworms? You could say, she is a bookworm, or my sister is a bookworm. To hit the books. That means to study. I need to study. I need to hit the books. Here's the example. I have a test on Monday, so I need to hit the books this weekend. So those are 3 idioms: a closed book, bookworm, and to hit the books. Very interesting idioms, right? Vocabulary. Oh, and this is fill in the blank. So let's do this together. Number 1, I read a book about ghosts and it was... scary. I read a book about ghosts and it was scary. Right. Number 2, something, novels, are not based on real events. Fiction, right? Fiction novels are not based on real events. Number 3, Joseph was the main of the book. Character. Joseph was the main character of the book. Number 4, textbooks are books and should be studied by students. Educational, right? Textbooks are educational books and should be studied by students. 5, being an is a difficult job. It requires creativity and patience. Which one of these words is a job? Author. Being an author is a difficult job. It requires creativity and patience. 6, I think that it is to read books every day. Important, right? I think that it is important to read books every day. 7, books about dragons, magic, and monsters are fantasy. Books about dragons, magic, and monsters are fantasy. Right there, fantasy. 8, books about love and relationships are romance. Books about love and relationships are romance. Putting it all together, let's try to use everything that we learned in this lesson and put it into one paragraph. My favorite book is Crime and Punishment. I like this book because it has a thrilling plot and interesting characters. It is a fiction book. The author is Dostoevsky. My favorite character from Crime and Punishment is named Marmeladov. I like him because he has a relatable personality. Generally speaking, my favorite book genre is fantasy. I like to escape to imaginary worlds. If I could write a book, I think I would write something educational. Perhaps I could write a book about the English language. My favorite author is J.R.R. Tolkien. I think that he was very clever, and he wrote extremely interesting stories that were funny, sad, interesting, and scary all at the same time. The book I read most recently was The Old Man and the Sea. It was about an old man who went out to sea on a small boat to try to catch the biggest fish. I read it because it is a classic and it is not very long. It only took me 3 days to read it. And what about you? Can you tell me about books that you like, books you have read, and try to use this sentence too. If you could write a book, what would you write about? I hope you enjoyed learning about books. Make sure to practice either writing or speaking using these words and these sentence templates. Let's talk about English conversation for job applications. Very important topic. First, we'll look at the vocabulary at the top of the page. I'll say each word twice, so if you'd like, you can practice pronouncing the words with me. Easy. Easy. Well-paying. Well-paying. Dull. Dull. Difficult. Difficult. Tiring. Tiring. Fun. Fun. Low-paying. Low-paying. Busy. Busy. Demanding. Demanding. So dull is a word which means boring, not interesting. You could say, my job is very dull. And demanding is a job which is very difficult and takes a lot of energy. You can say, my job is very demanding. So these are all adjectives to describe your job. Let's practice. Which jobs are the most demanding? So you can say, I think that being a police officer is the most demanding. Or, I think that being a politician is the most demanding. What do you think? Personally, I don't know. I don't know which job is most demanding. Number 2, which jobs are the most high-paying? I think being an actor is the most high-paying. Or, I think being a professional athlete is the most high-paying. Number 3, is it better to have a high-paying job or a job that you enjoy? For me, it is better to have a job that I enjoy because a high-paying job might be too busy and demanding. What do you think? Would you rather have a high-paying job or a job that you enjoy? These are verbs which describe the actions you need to do when you apply for a new job. You can have a job interview. You can apply for a job. You can send in your resume. Resume. Or send in your CV. Resume and CV is the same thing. In my country of Canada, people usually say resume, but I've noticed internationally, people say CV. To be offered a job. To write a cover letter. To see a job advertisement. You know, in Canada, people say advertisement, but I noticed in the UK, a lot of people say advertisement. Advertisement, advertisement. Which one do you think sounds better? To start work and to need a job. So, number one, describe a time you applied for a job in the past. Okay. About 5 years ago, I saw a job advertisement to be an English teacher. I wrote a cover letter and sent in my CV. After that, I had a job interview. I was very happy because 1 week later, I was offered the job and I started work. You can see how I used a lot of these verbs to answer this question. Number two, describe a job you had in the past. I used to be a music teacher, so let me tell you about that. When I was 18, I had a job in a music studio. That's the building where people learn music. Music studio. I worked as a guitar teacher. I worked there for 3 years. What did the job involve? Well, I had to make lesson plans, meet new students, prepare them for tests and competitions, and teach them music, theory, and composition. One of the reasons I wanted the job was because I love music and I am a guitarist. I mostly enjoyed the job. All in all, it was a great experience. All in all, it was a great experience. All in all basically means like overall. You could say it in different ways. All things considered, it was a great experience. Overall, it was a great experience. All in all, it was a great experience. Here is a dialogue, two people talking about jobs. Let's read that now. I am thinking about applying for a new job. I want to find a well-paying job that is also fun. Well, that's a good idea. If you are applying for a new job, you need to send in your CV and write a cover letter. Yes, I know. I have already written my CV and cover letter, but I don't know where to send them. I think you should look at a job advertisement website and then apply for some of the jobs you find. Okay, I will. Can you tell me about how you applied for your current job? That was 3 years ago, right? Yes, it was. I had a job interview and then they offered me the job. I started work shortly after that. It wasn't complicated. Well, I hope I can get a new job soon. What kind of job do you think I should look for? Good question. I think it shouldn't be too difficult, but it should be demanding enough so that you don't get bored. I'm pretty busy with my family life, so I hope I can get a job which isn't too demanding. Thanks for the advice. No problem. Good luck. At the bottom, there's idioms related to employment. Employment means that you have a job. So they're like job idioms, right? First one, on the dole. This is a person who receives money from the government, kind of like welfare. They are on the dole. Look at the example. Their father is on the dole, so the family is living on a tight budget. Tight budget means they can't spend a lot of money. The cream of the crop. This means the best people in a group. Let's look at the example. As usual, the cream of the crop of this year's graduates were offered the best jobs. Learn the ropes, the next one. If you learn the ropes, you learn how to do a particular job correctly. When you start out at a new job, it's understandable that you don't really know what to do. So you need to learn the ropes. Here's an example. He's bright. It won't take him long to learn the ropes. 3 idioms: on the dole, cream of the crop, learn the ropes. All right, vocabulary. No, fill in the blanks, sorry. Number 1, it is important to have a job, but it's also important to be happy. Well-paying. It's important to have a well-paying job, but it's also important to be happy. That's kind of the balance, right? Balance between well-paid and happiness. You need to write explaining who you are and what you want. You need to write a cover letter. Cover letter. 3, work is often, but that doesn't mean we should give up. It's difficult, right? Work is often difficult, but that doesn't mean we should give up. That's a good message. Number 4, if you find your job, maybe you should look for a more interesting one. What's the opposite of interesting? Dull. Dull. If you find your job dull, maybe you should look for a more interesting one. Number 5, she is always tired because her job is very... Oh, we could say tiring, but it already says tired in the sentence. So let's pick demanding. Her job is very demanding. Number 6, I used to have a job, but it was so I changed. That's tough. I used to have an easy job, but it was so low paying, so I changed. Right. 7, if you want to apply for this job, just send a job application. If you want to apply for this job, just send a job application. Number 8, if you are able to... Number 8, are you able to at the new office on Monday? Start work. Are you able to start work? So let me read this for you. I think that jobs are an important part of our lives. With a dull job, many people feel depressed and unfulfilled. However, a demanding job may be so tiring that it makes people feel exhausted and stressed. There must be a balance in pursuing a job that is well-paying, but also interesting and not too tough. Applying for a job is also difficult. When you apply for a job, you need to write a cover letter explaining who you are and what you want. You also need to send your CV to the employer. After that, you need to have at least one interview. Sometimes you need to have more than one interview. This whole process is stressful and time-consuming. However, we must do it in order to find a job that we enjoy. So I hope you learned some new vocabularies and sentence structures. And you should practice talking about job applications on your own. Hello guys, now we're going to learn English vocabulary and conversation for trips. So at the top of the page, we can see the vocabulary list. So I'll read these for you, and you can repeat after me to practice pronunciation. Bus, bus. Plane. Plane. Bicycle. Bicycle. Train. Train. Ferry. Ferry. On foot. On foot. I'm going somewhere on foot. Taxi. Taxi. Car. And motorbike. Motorbike. Now let's learn these adjectives. Okay? So, adjectives are words that describe a noun. Okay? Exciting. Exciting. Boring. Boring. Terrible. Terrible. Relaxing. Relaxing. Uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Dangerous. Dangerous. Expensive. Expensive. Cheap. Cheap. Now that we know the vocabulary and the adjectives, we can practice making sentences to answer these questions. The first question, which form of transportation is the most expensive? So, an example answer could be, planes are the most expensive form of transportation. Number 2, which form of transportation is the cheapest? Okay, I can say going somewhere on foot is the cheapest form of transportation. Going somewhere on foot is the cheapest form of transportation. Oh, sorry. Which form of transportation is the safest? Well, in my opinion, bicycle is the safest form of transportation. Okay. And which form of transportation is the most fun? In my opinion, motorbike is the most fun form of transportation. Motorbike. And we haven't used any adjectives yet, so let's practice that right now. So I'll pick an adjective. Dangerous. So, although motorbikes are fun, they can also be dangerous. What else? Boring. So, long plane trips can be very boring. And one more. Relaxing. Traveling by taxi is more relaxing than traveling by car. Okay, let's practice describing a trip that we took in the past. And in doing so, we have to answer these questions. Who did you travel with? And when? What type of transportation did you need? And why? What were the best and worst parts of the trip? So we can use these sentence templates on the side to help us. I'm going to tell you about the time I went to Bali. The transportation I used was plane. We used it because we live in Canada and Bali is very far away. I traveled with my best friend, Nicholas. The best parts of the trip were relaxing on the beach, and it was also very exciting to go snorkeling. The worst part of the trip was the long plane ride and the busy streets. Okay, try to tell me about a trip that you took in the past. using all these sentence templates and the vocabulary at the top of the page. Pause the video and do that now. Okay, hopefully you practiced describing a trip. And let me read this dialogue for you. It's a very realistic chat between two colleagues talking about vacations and trips. Hey Henry, are you going on a trip this winter? Hello Josie. Yes, I think that I will go to my aunt's in Nova Scotia. That's nice. Who will you travel with and what type of transportation will you need? I will travel with my cousin and my sister, and we will go by car. What about you? My travel plans? Well, this winter, I will go with my mother to Montreal. We will travel by bus. Interesting. I hear Montreal is nice. What do you imagine will be the best part of the trip? I imagine that the best part of the trip will be seeing my cousins. They have been living in Montreal for 3 years. It sounds like an exciting trip. Can you tell me about the most relaxing trip you've ever been on? Of course. Let me think. Well, when I was 6 years old, we took a trip to Cuba. That was very relaxing and comfortable. Oh, I hope that I can go to Cuba someday. See you later. Useful language travel idioms. These idioms come from vocabulary related to travel, but can be used in daily life. So an idiom is a phrase or an expression which doesn't mean literally the words it uses. It has a secret meaning or sort of an additional meaning. And it's really important because native speakers will use idioms all the time and we don't even think about it. But we don't realize that ESL student maybe cannot understand the idiom because they just haven't learned it before. So here's the first one. Float your boat. That means to make someone happy, excited, or interested. So you can say, we can watch a comedy movie or an action movie, whatever floats your boat. That's how it's most often used, whatever floats your boat. Oh, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? Do you want to have Chinese food or Indian food? I don't care, whatever floats your boat. To jump ship means to suddenly stop doing something. So she was working at the company for 3 months, but then she jumped ship and no one heard from her again. So it means to quit or just to stop doing something. Jump ship. It's like jumping off a boat. A mile a minute. Very fast. I cannot finish the book as quickly as you. You read a mile a minute. Yeah, some people are very fast at reading. Reading a mile a minute. You can see for each idiom, it doesn't literally mean what the words say. There is an additional or secret meaning. Okay, fill in the blanks. Sometimes there can be more than one right answer. Number 1, I don't like to drive a car. I'd rather travel on foot. I'd rather travel on foot. Number 2, traveling business class on an airplane is more than economy class. Traveling business class on an airplane is more expensive than economy class. Really expensive. Number 3, driving while drunk is very, and that is why it is illegal. Very dangerous. Driving while drunk is very dangerous, and that is why it is illegal. Number 4, If I want some exercise, I go to work on my bicycle. If I want some exercise, I go to work on my bicycle. Number 5. To cross the lake, we need to take the ferry. To cross the lake, we need to take the ferry. Number 6. Long plane rides can often feel very boring. Long plane rides can often feel very boring. Number 7. If I need to get somewhere quickly in the city, I call a taxi. I call a taxi. Number 8. When I was a kid, I went to school by bus. When I was a kid, I went to school by bus. So let's try to put it all together and speak a longer paragraph. I used to travel a lot for work. In my experience, I found that the bus is the cheapest form of travel. In contrast, the plane is the most expensive form of travel. Traveling on foot or by bicycle is probably the safest, but it takes much longer. As for the most fun, I'd have to say that motorbikes are the best. I remember a trip to Iceland 5 years ago. It was really exciting. I traveled with my college friend. We split the cost of everything, so it turned out to be quite cheap. If you share a room with someone, it can be less expensive. We rented a car and traveled around the island. The best parts of the trip were finding cool places to set up our tents and camp for the night. It was very relaxing to fall asleep under the Icelandic stars. The worst parts of the trip were not having a place to shower for more than 5 days. I believe that we smelled terrible. In the future, I would like to go on a trip across Canada. I think that the best form of transportation in Canada is car. Right, that's because Canada is so big, you know? Car is really the best way to travel in Canada. Maybe you can talk about a trip that you took in the past, or talk about what it's like to travel in your country. And you can use the idioms, the vocabulary, or the sentence templates. So thanks for watching the video, and good luck talking about trips. Okay, so this is an interesting chapter. It's called People and Education. So let's practice talking about people and education in English. So first, we need to learn some vocabulary to describe people. And then we need to learn some phrases to describe appearance. So the first part, it's like, personality. The second part is appearance. So, vocabulary. Interesting. Interesting. Patient. Patient. Organized. Organized. Funny. Funny. Inspiring. Inspiring. Kind. Kind. Lazy. Lazy. Friendly. Friendly. hardworking. Hardworking. Okay, very good. And for appearance, we can say, she is tall. He is short. She has long hair. He has straight hair. She wears glasses. She has brown eyes. He is in his 60s. He is bald. So, in your opinion, what kind of person makes a good teacher? So, I think that an organized and inspiring person makes a good teacher. So you take two adjectives and you put it before makes a good teacher. So I think an organized and inspiring person makes a good teacher. What kind of person makes a good student? I think a patient and hardworking person makes a good student. What kind of person is your best friend? So, my best friend is kind and funny. My best friend is kind and funny. And I can also talk about his appearance. My best friend has brown eyes and wears glasses. My best friend has brown eyes and wears glasses. What kind of person is your uncle? My uncle is lazy and he is tall. He is lazy and he is tall. Okay. So, who is the best teacher you ever had? Please describe him or her. The best teacher I ever had is named Mr. Breton. He was a good teacher because he was funny and inspiring. He was tall and he had glasses and brown hair. Do you think it's important to have good teachers? Why or why not? Yes, I think it's important to have good teachers because teachers make students hardworking and organized. Teachers make students hardworking and organized. Do you think teachers should be paid a high salary? Why or why not? Let's use these sentence templates to help us explain our ideas. Each of these phrases can be put at the beginning of a sentence if you want to talk about your idea. There are a lot of reasons why teachers should be paid a high salary. One reason is that they take care of young kids, and this is very important because young kids are the future. Another reason is that if they're paid more money, they will be more inspired. Also, education is good for the whole society. If people are educated, when they grow up, they will do something important. So, let's look at this example dialogue. Hey, did you hear that we will have a new history teacher this semester? Yeah, I heard about that. Do you know what their name is? I heard that her name is Miss Jones. She is tall and wears glasses. Okay, I hope she makes a good teacher. Do you remember Mr. Bolton? He was a great teacher. Yeah, he was so hardworking and organized. Who is the best teacher you ever had? I think the best teacher I ever had was Mrs. Stahl. She was so kind and interesting. Yeah, I remember her too. I think it's important to have good teachers. Me too. There are a lot of reasons why, but one of the reasons is that they make learning more enjoyable. Well, I hope our new teacher is good. We're learning about World War II this semester. Oh wow. Yeah, I hope so too. If you see this, WW2, we don't say WW, we say World War II. Always. Idioms are phrases that we use to describe something beyond the meaning of the words. So you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Yeah, that's true. So this is not actually talking about dogs, it's talking about people. It means it's harder to learn something new if you already have an old habit. So you might say that about your uncle or something, or your aunt, and they don't want to learn how to use a computer. And it's like, they don't like to write emails. They always just call on the phone, because you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Tricks of the trade, special skills that relate to a specific job. Okay? Example, after working at the office for 2 months, I started to learn the tricks of the trade. So for whichever job you do, I'm sure there are specific skills that you need, and these are called tricks of the trade. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. That means you can tell someone what they should do, but they have to actually do it on their own. Another one like this is about fish. It's like, teach a man to fish. Give a man a fish. He will eat for a day, but teach a man how to fish, and he'll eat for his whole life. Fill in the blank. Number 1. She's an... because she has read a lot of books. She's an interesting person because she has read a lot of books. Number 2. My teacher retired when he was... in his 60s. My teacher retired when he was in his 60s. Number 3. I did not study for the exam because I was... lazy. I did not study for the exam because I was lazy. Number 4. He was a person, so he decided to become a comedian. He was a funny person, so he decided to become a comedian. Number 5. They both have short hair and wear... glasses. They both have short hair and wear glasses. Number 6. My room is neat and clean because I am... organized. My room is neat and clean because I am organized. Number 7. She did a good job on her essay because she is... hardworking. She did a good job on her essay because she is hardworking. Number 8. I watched the movie, and then I decided to change my lifestyle. Inspiring. I watched the inspiring movie, and then I decided to change my lifestyle. Let's put it all together. The best teacher I ever had was my old guitar teacher, Mr. Ball. There are a lot of reasons why he was a good teacher. Firstly, he was very encouraging. He taught me to believe in myself. Another reason is that he had great lesson materials. Each week, we would learn something completely new and interesting. I think that it is important to have good teachers, not only because they teach you specific subjects, but also because young people need positive role models to look up to. A positive relationship with a teacher can be a very important thing in life. I think that teachers generally are paid fairly, but in some circumstances, it would be reasonable to say that they should get more. There are a lot of characteristics that make a good teacher. They should be organized, kind, and patient. I think those 3 personality traits are extremely important for all teachers to have. Try to make your own paragraph by substituting the specific words. You can use the same sentence structure, but change guitar with some other subject, change the name, and then you can change the adjectives here. Firstly, he was very, maybe not encouraging, but something else. And that's how you can make your own paragraph to talk about people and education. Hello. In this video, I want to talk about a topic which many of us like, and that is pets. So today we're going to learn how to talk about pets in English. Okay, at the top of the page, we can see vocabulary. Let's read it together. Cat, pig, mouse, dog, horse, rat, fish, rabbit, snake. Okay, and the question is, what animal makes the best pet? To answer this question, you can pick an animal and you can say, dogs make the best pet, or cats make the best pet. Taking care of an animal. These are some of the things that you need to do to take care of an animal. So, first, you could feed the animal. I'll make a sentence for each one. So, you have to feed the animal. You have to brush their fur. You have to brush their fur. You have to take them for walks. Take them for walks. You have to clean their cage. Clean their cage. You have to fill up their water bowl. Fill up their water bowl. You have to play fetch with them. Play fetch with them. You have to train them. You have to train them. And you have to ride them. You have to ride them. So let's make a sentence with each of these animals. How do you take care of these pets? Example, you have to take a dog for walks every day. How do you take care of a cat? You have to fill up a cat's water bowl. How do you take care of a mouse? You have to clean a mouse's cage. How do you take care of a pig? You have to feed a pig. How do you take care of a horse? You have to ride a horse. How do you take care of a snake? You have to clean a snake's cage. How do you take care of a fish? You have to feed a fish. At the bottom of the page, there's useful languages to help you talk about pets. And the question is, talk about a pet you've owned or a friend has owned. And in doing so, you can answer these questions. What type of animal were they? How can you take care of them? What did you like and dislike about them? What did you like to do with that pet? So let me give you an example. Okay, I'm going to talk about my pet cat. Her name was Jasmine. My favorite memory was when Jasmine was a little kitten. She was so small and cute. I used to play fetch with Jasmine. I had to feed her every day and fill up her water bowl. Her cute face is what I remember most. I'll never forget my cat, Jasmine. So that's some language you can use to talk about pets. Let's go to the next page. Okay, here's the dialogue. I'm going to read it for you. Henry, I want to buy a pet. Which animal makes the best pet? Good idea, Josie. I think that dogs make the best pet because they are loyal and cute. Yes, that makes sense. Which animal makes the worst pet? In my opinion, snakes make the worst pet because they are scary and unusual. If I buy a dog, how do I take care of it? You have to take a dog for walks every day. You also have to feed it and play fetch with it. Have you had a pet in the past? Yes, I had a cat. My favorite memory was when she played with my baby cousin. It was so cute. How did you take care of a cat? I had to brush her fur, feed her, and fill up her water bowl every day. Let's look at some idioms. Okay? These idioms come from animals and they can be used in your everyday life. The first one is a cat nap. Do you know what is a cat nap? So a cat nap is a short sleep. Oh, I'm so tired, I'm just going to go take a cat nap. Pig out. Pig out. That means to eat a lot. Hey, what did you do last night? Oh, I pigged out on chips. And raining cats and dogs. Wow, it's really raining cats and dogs out there. So that just means that it's raining a lot, okay? Fill in the blank. I'm going to read the sentence for you and you have to fill in the blank. I'll give you about 5 or 10 seconds to think about it. So number 1, it is not very common to have a for a pet. I suppose this would be snake, but sometimes there could be more than one right answer. But let's say snake. It is not very common to have a snake for a pet. Number 2, you have to dogs for every day. You have to take dogs for walks every day. Number 3, in my opinion, makes the best pet. No, this is up to you. In my opinion, a cat makes the best pet. You can say this in 2 ways. You could say a cat makes the best pet, or cats make the best pet. Number 4, you have to a pig every day. You have to feed a pig every day. Number 5, my friend rides at the farm. My friend rides a horse at the farm. Number 6, I like to play with my dog. play fetch. I like to play fetch with my dog. Number 7. You have to a cat's you have to brush a cat's fur, or you have to fill up a cat's water bowl. There can be more than one right answer. Number 8. You have to a mouse's bowl every day. You have to fill up a mouse's water bowl every day. Yeah, good job. Let's put it all together. Everything that we learned today. Vocabulary, useful language. Let's put it all together to talk for one paragraph about animals. I am an animal lover. I love all animals. I think that cats make the best pet because they are calm and independent. Horses make the worst pet because they are big and need lots of open space. It is important to take care of animals. If you have a dog, you have to take it for walks every day. If you have a pig, you have to train it. If you have a snake, you have to fill up its water bowl and feed it. When I was a child, I had a rabbit. She was white with black spots. My favorite memory was when she played with me. I used to give her carrots every day. I had to fill up her water bowl, brush her fur, and feed her every day. Her cute ears are what I remember most. I'll never forget my rabbit. Do you like animals too? In your opinion, which animal makes the best pet? Okay, I encourage you to try to speak for about 1 minute or write one paragraph using the idioms, the useful language, and the vocabulary to talk about pets. So I hope you enjoyed learning about pets today. See you next time. Hello, let's practice describing how people look in English. So there's some important vocabulary at the top of the page. Let's go through it together. I'll say each one 2 times so you can practice pronunciation. Wavy, wavy. Curly, curly. Straight, straight. Blonde, blonde. Brunette, brunette. Mustache, mustache. Beard, beard. Makeup, makeup. Appearance, appearance. Appearance means how somebody looks. So the first 4, or the first 5, it's describing hair. Okay? Wavy hair, curly hair, straight hair, blonde hair. Brunette, it's to describe a person with brown hair. So you don't say brunette hair, you say brown hair, and she is a brunette. And then there's also adjectives that we can use to describe a person or an attribute that somebody has. Handsome. Handsome means beautiful, but it's only for a man. Cute. Cute. It's like pretty. Cute and pretty are kind of the same. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, beautiful. Those are kind of the same. Gorgeous and beautiful. Cute, gorgeous, cute and pretty you would only use for a woman, but gorgeous and beautiful you can use for a woman and sometimes a man, but usually a woman. Let's be honest, women are more beautiful. Unattractive, it means you don't like how they look. Unattractive. And attractive, you like how they look. Well dressed, somebody has nice clothes. Wow, he is so well dressed. All right, what kind of hairstyle do you like for yourself? So we'll start right here. The kind of hairstyle I like for myself is curly brown hair. Or the kind of hairstyle I like for myself is straight and wavy. What hairstyle do you like for others? The hairstyle I like for others is curly brown hair. Or a different construction. I like straight blonde hair. Number 3. Do you like mustaches and beards? No, I don't like mustaches and beards. Or, yes, I do like mustaches and beards. Do you prefer women with makeup or natural? I prefer women natural. Or I prefer women with makeup. Useful language to describe a body. Let's read all of these together. I'm going to put them into 2 categories, or a few categories, because some of them are synonyms, which means they have the same meaning. So, slim, skinny, slender, delicate. These are all kind of the same thing, okay? Slim, skinny, slender, delicate. The opposite, overweight, fat, overweight, stout, chubby. Overweight, stout, chubby. It means a little bit bigger, fat. And then muscular, have such big muscles, okay? Muscular. Athletic. Fit. So athletic and fit are kind of the same. But muscular means, so big, right? Describe your best friend's appearance right here. What kind of hair? My best friend has straight brown hair. What type of face? My best friend has a cute face. Well dressed or not? My best friend is not well dressed. What type of body? My best friend has a slender body. So there you go. You can describe somebody's face using an adjective, describe their hair using these words, and you can describe their body using these words. So you should practice. Try to describe your friends, your family members. It's all good practice for you. Let's read a dialogue. Hey, I need your advice on something. I bought this new black dress yesterday. Does it look good on me? Yeah, it looks good. It matches your green eyes and black hair. Phew, that's good to hear. I have a job interview this afternoon and I want to look my best. No need to worry, you look good. By the way, did you meet our new accountant? Her name is Jill and she's from Kentucky. No, I don't think I've had the pleasure yet. What does she look like? I only met her once, but I can tell you she's a slender brunette with curly hair. Oh, she sounds pretty. Was she well dressed? Yeah, I think she was wearing a green cardigan and jeans. Okay, well, I think I should get going. Is my makeup okay? I am nervous that I won't look good for my interview. Oh, don't worry, it looks great. So there you go. That's a great conversation between two people, probably co-workers. Useful language, appearance idioms. Okay. Average Joe. When a man looks ordinary or average, he's just a normal looking guy, nothing special. I saw the manager today. He looked like an average Joe. He wasn't particularly fit. He wasn't handsome, but he was not unattractive. He was average Joe. Dressed to kill. When someone is extremely well dressed. Let's read the example sentence. I'm sure you will be popular at the party tonight. You're dressed to kill. Okay, to look like $1,000,000 when someone looks amazing. Hey, you look like $1,000,000 tonight. For those of you who don't know, buck, it means dollars. So it's like $1,000,000, $1,000,000. Oh, let's practice. Fill in the blanks. I'll read the sentence and I'll give you 5 to 10 seconds to try to pick the correct word, okay? Number 1, I do not like to wear because I prefer natural appearance. That's makeup. I do not like to wear makeup because I prefer a natural appearance. Number 2, if you want to work as a lawyer, you must be well-dressed. If you want to work as a lawyer, you must be well-dressed. Number 3, I think that the actress in the new movie is very... Well, there can be more than one right answer, but let's say gorgeous. I think that the actress in the new movie is very gorgeous. Number 4, hair is better than hair, in my opinion. Curly hair is better than straight hair, in my opinion. Number 5, I do not like guys who have because they look funny. I do not like guys who have mustaches because they look funny. Number 6, my father used to have it looked very old-fashioned. Let's go with beard. My father used to have a beard. It looked very old-fashioned. Number 7, I think that personality is more important than appearance. I think that personality is more important than appearance. Number 8, my cousin had hair that was very beautiful. Let's go with wavy. My cousin had wavy hair that was very beautiful. Putting it all together, so appearance is a difficult aspect of life. It's important to have a good appearance because people judge each other very quickly when they first meet. This may not be a good thing, but it is reality. In some way, I think that taking care of your appearance is a sign of respect towards others. It shows them that you care. My appearance changes often. Sometimes I have a mustache, sometimes I have a beard. Usually, though, I shave once a week. I have curly hair and I am a brunette. I think that the most beautiful women are those with straight black hair. In popular culture, blondes are considered very pretty. Attractiveness is subjective. Everyone finds different people gorgeous. However, there are some universal standards. Most people agree that fitness is important. Having an athletic body is valuable. Nevertheless, everyone is beautiful in their own way. So, try to use these idioms, this useful language, and this vocabulary to describe what you think about appearance. Let's practice talking about a very important topic, work. Let's look at the vocabulary at the top of the page. Please repeat after me. Boss, boss. Worker, worker. Cafeteria, cafeteria. Manager, manager. Office, office. Break room, break room. Employee, employee. Colleague, colleague. Occupation, occupation. Okay, and right off the bat, the first question. Is work fun or boring for you? Here's an example answer. Work is fun for me because I like my boss and my company has a very good cafeteria. So I used 2 of the vocabulary words in the answer. Why don't you try to answer the question? Is work fun or boring for you? Okay, more vocabulary. What do you do at work? Well, I have meetings at work. I eat lunch at work. I drink coffee at work. I give presentations at work. I arrive to work early. I arrive to work early. I get paid at work. I get paid at work. I send emails at work. I send emails at work. I take breaks at work. I take breaks at work. Do you enjoy your work? Yes, I enjoy my work because my employees are very kind. Can you describe the company or place where you work? Oh, the place where I work has a break room and 2 offices. Can you tell me about a normal day at work for you? Oh, sure. A normal day at work starts with having meetings. Then we eat lunch. After lunch, we give presentations. In the afternoon, we send emails and then we go home. So that's how you can answer the questions using some of the vocabulary or some of the actions that you would do at work. Okay, useful language. At the bottom of the page, these phrases help you talk about work. Okay, what type of job do you wish you had? Okay. That's easy to answer. You can use this right here. My dream job would be an astronaut. I wish I was an astronaut. What about you? What is your dream job? What is a work-life balance? In my opinion, a work-life balance is having enough time to make money, but also having enough time to pursue your interests. What jobs did your parents have? My parents worked at a factory. My parents worked at a factory. What jobs do your friends have? Most of my friends are teachers. Most of my friends are teachers. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next page. We have a dialogue. Two friends talking about work. What is your job, Henry? I am a computer programmer. What is your job, Josie? I am an English teacher. Do you enjoy your work? Yes, I enjoy my work because my colleagues are kind, and the office where I work is clean and pleasant. Oh, that's good. I also like my job. I am self-employed, so I do not have a boss. That's interesting. Can you tell me about a normal day at work for you? Sure, I start the day by sending emails and having meetings with potential students. Then I give presentations online. And you? I arrive early and then drink coffee and have meetings. All the employees meet in the break room to discuss projects. What kind of jobs do your friends have? Most of my friends are also computer programmers. I guess we like to stick together. Nice talking to you, Josie. So are you confident in your ability to talk about work with a friend? Let's look at the useful language at the bottom of the page. Idioms. Idioms. These idioms can be used to talk about work. The first idiom is ahead of the curve. Ahead of the curve. What does that mean? You can read the definition here. It means to do a good job predicting trends. So that means you are very good at knowing what is coming up next. What is the new technology? What are the new innovations? Where is the market heading? That means you are ahead of the curve. Let's look at the example. My company is consistently ahead of the curve in tech. Interesting. Not going to fly. Not going to fly. Well, that just means something is not going to work. Okay? Let's look at the example. I'm sorry, but that new project proposal is not going to fly. Hit the nail on the head. Hit the nail on the head. That just means to do something or to say something that was exactly correct or right. So you can say, she really hit the nail on the head with that analysis. Good job, you really hit the nail on the head. So those are 3 idioms you can use, and they're all related about work. Ahead of the curve, not going to fly, and hit the nail on the head. Okay, one more page. Fill in the blank first. I'll read the sentence and I'll give you like 5 seconds to try to answer, okay? At 10 o'clock, we can have coffee in the... break room. At 10 o'clock, we can have coffee in the break room. Number 2, when I arrive at the office, I usually... and... For this one, keep in mind, sometimes there can be more than one right answer. So you have some options for this one. Okay, my answer is have meetings and send emails. When I arrive at the office, not office, office. When I arrive at the office, I usually have meetings and send emails. Number 3, we often eat lunch in the... We often eat lunch in the... cafeteria. We often eat lunch in the cafeteria. Number 4, being a teacher is a very good... We didn't talk about this word, but occupation, it just means job. It's like a fancy word for job. Being a teacher is a very good occupation. So what is your occupation? You can say, my occupation is a firefighter, or my occupation is a computer programmer. 5, You can earn more money if you... What? You can earn more money if you arrive early. Arrive early. Go to work early and you'll earn more money. Number 6, I am at a local business. I am an employee. I'm an employee at a local business. 7, I have 13 in my office. This one is colleagues. I have 13 colleagues in my office. Number 8, I get along well with my boss or manager. I get along well with my boss. I get along well with my manager. Okay, everything we learned today, vocabulary, useful language, let's try to put it all together and create a paragraph, so longer, about work. I feel happy because I enjoy my work. I have a friendly manager and hard-working colleagues. Teaching is my occupation. I work at a high school which has a cafeteria, break room, and 12 classrooms. A normal day at work for me consists of arriving early, giving presentations, and sending emails. I enjoy teaching my students. I am a geography teacher. Although I like being a teacher, my dream job would be a professor. I would prefer being a professor because I like teaching adults. I think that teachers and professors have the opportunity for a good work-life balance because both occupations get to have holidays. My parents were both factory workers, and most of my friends are nurses or doctors. I think that having a job that you like is an important part of life. If you do not like your job, life will be difficult. So my challenge to you is to write a paragraph describing what you think about work. Talk about your job. Talk about what you do at work. Describe your office. And then maybe you can talk about your dream job. You could talk about what kind of jobs your friends have. Use all the vocabulary and the useful language. And maybe you can even throw in some idioms. So I hope that you have a good time talking about work. Thank you for watching this lesson. Okay, everyone, let's talk about our daily routines. What do you do every day? What do you do on a daily basis? Tell me about your daily routines. So we'll learn some important vocabulary first. Repeat after me so you can practice pronunciation. Early, early. Late, late. Sunrise, sunrise. Sunset, sunset. Breakfast time, breakfast time. Lunchtime, lunchtime. Dinner time, dinner time. Evening, evening. Midnight, midnight. So these are all different times of the day, right? And it leads us right into the first question. What time of the day do you enjoy? I enjoy sunset because all the colors in the sky are beautiful. I enjoy lunchtime because I usually go out to a restaurant to have my lunch. So what time of the day don't you enjoy? I don't enjoy evening because when it gets dark, I feel lonely. Or I don't enjoy sunrise because I'm always so tired when I try to wake up. And then, can you describe what you did yesterday? So we're going to try to combine the time of day with the daily activities. So first, let's learn the daily activities. I'm only going to say it once, okay? Repeat after me. To hang out. To cook dinner. To chat. To get up. To go to bed. To chill. To relax. It's kind of the same. Chill and relax. To get some work done. So, can you describe what you did yesterday? Sure. At sunrise, I got up. So this is all past tense. You got to change the verb to the past. At breakfast time, I ate. Of course. At lunchtime, I hung out with friends. In the evening, I cooked dinner and relaxed. At midnight, I went to bed. And that was a normal day for me. So, can you describe what you did yesterday using the past tense? Use the time of day and use the verbs, the daily activities. Okay, here are some useful ways that you can talk about your day. Okay, there are a number of different times of day that I enjoy. So I'll fill in the blanks for you so you can see how it works. I enjoy sunrise, but I'm going to tell you about breakfast time. I'm usually with my wife at breakfast time. At this time, we generally cook breakfast together. One of the reasons I enjoyed this time is because it's a good way for my wife and I to hang out and relax. The best thing about this time of day is delicious breakfast like oatmeal or scrambled eggs. So you can try to use some of this language to talk about what time of day you like. Next page. It's 3 a.m. Sorry, that should say 3 p.m. My mistake. It's 3 p.m. and Josie and Henry are chatting at work. Sorry, I'm a bit out of it today. I woke up so early today. It was unusual. That's why I am sleepy and cannot focus. That's okay. What did you do in the morning after you woke up? After I woke up, I cooked breakfast and then chatted with my roommate. After that, I watched TV before I came to work at 11. Well, if you need to take a break, just let me know. By the way, what are you doing this evening after work? I think I will cook dinner with my roommate and then eat at sunset. After that, we'll probably hang out before going to bed. Sunset is my favorite time of the day. At sunset, I'm usually with my dog walking in the park. I love sunset, but my favorite time of day is noon. The best thing about this time of day is that we get to have lunch. What did you have for lunch today? I had a peanut butter sandwich. Interesting. All right, the useful language, some idioms. So to not give a person the time of day. It says one here because the pronoun can change. You could say to not give her the time of day, not give him the time of day, not give them the time of day. That just means to ignore somebody, right? To not be friendly to them. I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't give me. I tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't give me the time of day. Next, once in a blue moon. Very rarely or almost never. I only go out to a restaurant for dinner once in a blue moon. So that means not very often. Not very often. time on your hands. If you have time on your hands, it means you have spare time with nothing in particular to do. I've got a lot of time on my hands. I'm not busy these days. I've had a lot of time on my hands. Have you heard any of these idioms before? To not give someone the time of day, once in a blue moon, and time on your hands. Maybe you can use them next time you talk to a friend. Let's do fill in the blanks. So I'll read it for you and I'll give you like 5 seconds to try to answer. And then I'll tell you the answer. I have to wake up for work. Early. I have to wake up early for work. I need to focus so that I can get some work done. I need to focus so that I can get some work done. I called my mom last night on the phone. To chat. I called my mom last night to chat on the phone. She was tired because last night she stayed up until midnight. She was tired because last night she stayed up till midnight. Number 5. Meet me at the pizza shop at... Sometimes there can be more than one right answer. I would say lunchtime. Meet me at the pizza shop at lunchtime. People usually go out for pizza for lunch, right? Not dinner. Number 6. Let's go to the restaurant. I don't feel like... Let's go to the restaurant. I don't feel like cooking dinner. Number 7. We need to see the beautiful colors in the sky at sunset. We need to see the beautiful colors in the sky at sunset. Number 8. All the friends went to the cafe to... No, there can be more than one right answer. Let's say hang out. All the friends went to the cafe to hang out. So everything that we learned times of the day, daily activities, some useful sentences. Maybe we can put it all together to make one paragraph about our daily routine. I'll show you an example first, and after that, you can try to do it on your own. My daily routine is nothing special. I usually wake up early, around 7 a.m. Breakfast is not important to me, so I usually only drink a cup of coffee. Sometimes, though, I have an apple. Breakfast is followed by a shower. After I get dressed, I go to work. Work is always the same during the morning. I respond to emails and set up meetings. Around lunchtime, I start to feel really hungry. Often, my friends and I meet at a cafe to have lunch together. When dinner time comes around, however, I cook at home. After dinner, I take my dog for a walk to the park. We can usually see the sunset, which is quite beautiful. I watch TV series or movies at night. There's nothing like a good movie before bed. I sleep at 10 p.m. and then start the whole routine over again the next day. What about you? Can you tell me about your daily routine? Try to talk for a minute, at least, or try to write a paragraph. All right, folks, let's practice talking about family in English. Let's look at the vocabulary at the top of the page. Some easy words for family. Aunt is the first one. Aunt. Uncle. Uncle. Niece. Niece. Nephew. nephew, cousin, cousin, partner, partner, stepfather, stepfather, stepmother, stepmother, sibling, sibling. So those are some words to describe members of your family. And what do you enjoy doing with your family? What do you like to do with your nephew? You need to use some of these activity words. Let's read each of those one time. Please repeat after me. Watching movies. Going to the park. Playing chess. Exercising. Eating dinner. Playing cards. Camping. Drinking wine. Okay, what do you enjoy doing with your nephew? Here's how you answer that question. I enjoy playing chess with my nephew. Okay, a very simple answer. What does your family do on the weekend? So let's say, my family goes to the park on the weekend. We need to change the verb in this case. What does your family do? My family goes to the park on the weekend. Or my family watches movies on the weekend. Number 3. What do you not like doing with your siblings? Okay, I don't like exercising with my siblings. Or I don't like camping with my siblings. But actually that sounds pretty fun, camping with my siblings. Number 4. What will your family do during the holiday? We're going to have to change the verb again because it's future tense. My family will eat dinner during the holiday. My family will drink wine during the holiday. Okay? Try to create your own answers to these 4 questions. And hopefully you have finished this part. And let's go on to useful language. So we can use these phrases on the left to start our sentences in more interesting ways. So I'm going to use one of those phrases to answer each question. Number 1. Do you enjoy spending a lot of time with your family? It's quite interesting because some people don't like spending time with their family, but I do. Yes, I do enjoy spending time with my family. What do you like doing with your family? Believe it or not, my family and I like drinking wine together. Choose one of these activities. Number 3, do you get along well with your family? It may sound strange, but I do get along well with my family. Who in your family are you most similar to? People are often surprised to hear that I am most similar to my sister. Okay, so that's how you can use this useful language to create more interesting sentences talking about family. If we go on to the next page, we're going to read a dialogue. So please follow along with me. Hey, Henry, can you tell me about your family? Hi, Josie. Okay, sure. I have 2 sisters, a mother, stepfather, and 2 aunts, 1 uncle, and 3 cousins. Wow, sounds like you have a nice family. What do you enjoy doing with your cousins? Good question. I enjoy watching movies with my cousins. Cool. I like movies too. What does your family do on the weekend? Surprisingly, my family likes to play chess on the weekend. Do you have siblings, Josie? Yes, I have 2 sisters. I like playing cards and drinking wine with them. Great. I like wine too. What do you not like doing with your siblings? Generally, I don't like exercising with my siblings. What will your family do during the holidays? I think we are going to go to the park during the holidays. Nice talking to you, Josie. See you later. At the bottom of the page, we have 3 idioms. Now, idioms are phrases or expressions used which can describe something beyond the literal meaning of the words. And the first one is to take after someone. So you can say, I take after my father. Or, my sister takes after my mother. Next one, to run in the family. So we can say, intelligence runs in their family. His mother was a professor, and now he is a professor. Or height runs in the family. They are all basketball players. Okay, the next one, spitting image. She is a spitting image of her mother. That means you look exactly the same. Are you a spitting image of somebody? Let's practice fill in the blanks with all of these family words and activities you can do with your family. Number 1, your sister's son is your nephew. Your sister's son is your nephew. Number 2, the brother of your father is called your uncle. The brother of your father is called your uncle. Number 3, your mother's sister's son is your cousin. Cousin. Your mother's sister's son is your cousin. Number 4. If your mother gets divorced and remarried, her husband is your stepfather. If your mother gets divorced and remarried, her husband is your stepfather. Number 5, do you enjoy playing with your siblings? So you can see there are a couple options: playing chess, playing cards. Number 6, I don't like alcohol, so I do not enjoy with my cousins. Don't like alcohol, so I do not enjoy drinking wine with my cousins. Drinking wine. Number 7, your husband or wife can also be called your partner. Your husband or wife can also be called your partner. Number 8, my sister and I enjoy at the theater. Watching movies. My sister and I enjoy watching movies at the theater. I hope that you are comfortable with all of those vocabulary words. Putting it all together, we're going to take everything that we learned in this lesson, put it into one paragraph. Let's read it. My family is not very large. I have one sister, a mom and dad, one aunt, one uncle, and 2 cousins. I enjoy camping with my cousins. On the weekends, my family usually watch movies. My sister doesn't like nature, so I do not enjoy going to the park with her. During the holiday, my family will watch movies and eat dinner. I enjoy spending time with my family because I trust them and we are very close. We like doing many things together, such as cooking, cleaning, and going to the mall. I feel lucky that my family is close. We get along well together. Some families do not get along well. I am most similar to my dad. He taught me a lot of things when I was growing up. And it's quite interesting because my sister is most similar to my mom. Believe it or not, we are a very close family and we're a very close and trusting family. My mistake. Surprisingly, people are often surprised to hear that. Well, that sentence doesn't make sense. I wrote surprised twice. Sorry about that. But I hope you get the gist of talking about your family. Maybe you can use all of these vocabulary words to describe your relationship with your family members. That would be your challenge for today. I hope that you enjoyed learning about family. This lesson is maybe a little bit more difficult, but that's good. It's a great challenge. So the topic is cities. Talking about living in cities, and also maybe talking about some of the problems that you find in cities. Let's go over the vocabulary together. Repeat after me. Housing. Housing. Hospitals. Hospitals. Roads. Roads. Schools. Schools. Libraries. Libraries. Water supply. Water supply. Electricity. Electricity. Public transportation. Public transportation. Pollution. Pollution. So those are some of the vocabulary. You know, these are words that can describe cities, right? And, you know, there's also problems that you find when you live in a city. And let's read the problem vocabulary as well. Disease. Disease. Overcrowding. Overcrowding. Unaffordable housing. Unaffordable housing. Unemployment. Unemployment. Low wages. Low wages. Poor living conditions. Poor living conditions. High cost of healthcare. High cost of healthcare. Lack of nature. Lack of nature. Let's use this vocabulary to answer the questions, okay? What are some major problems in your city? You can also use the useful language down here to start the sentence. The major problems in my city are, and then just pick 2 or 3 words to complete the sentence. The major problems in my city are low wages, poor living conditions, and lack of nature. What about you? If you live in a city, what are the major problems? Why do so many people move to cities? We're going to use the vocabulary at the top in the second sentence right here. Many people move to cities because of housing, hospitals, and schools. Okay? You can just pick 2 or 3 vocabulary words here to describe your situation or your opinion. Number 3, what problems does overcrowding cause? Okay, the problems overcrowding causes are disease, and poor living conditions. 4. What problems does pollution cause in cities? Pollution causes the following problems: lack of nature and, well, I don't know, nothing else, I guess. Lack of nature and just basically like depression, and people feel bad and it's bad for their health, so potentially high cost of healthcare. And there's different kinds of cities, as you can see at the bottom of the page. So the biggest is a metropolis or megacity. Those are really big, like Shanghai or New York. And then you have a city, which is still big, but not as big as a megacity or metropolis. And then a town and a village, those are really smaller cities. And then a countryside, it's mostly farm, not very populated. And the urban area is a place in the middle of a city with not much nature and a lot of buildings. That's called urban. Okay, example dialogue. Josie and Henry are chatting about their respective cities. So how do you like living in LA? I heard you moved there last month. LA is cool, but it has some problems. For instance, there's too much traffic and unaffordable housing. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. I also heard that LA doesn't have very good public transport. Yeah, it's not the best. What about you? I haven't talked to you since you moved to New York. Oh, New York is great, but there are some problems. For instance, there are low wages and high costs of healthcare. Ah, that's too bad. Is the mayor planning to address the issue? In LA, it seems like the politicians aren't interested in real problems. Yeah, I agree with your analysis. Well, at least we can look on the bright side and appreciate the clean water supply and electricity. Ha, you're such a positive person, eh? Well, I try. Excuse me. And did you know that a lot of cities have nicknames? So these are not necessarily idioms, kind of are, but they're like nicknames. So New York City is called the Big Apple. You can't beat the pizza in the Big Apple. New York City is the Big Apple. The Windy City is Chicago. Chicago is the Windy City. I love to visit the Windy City in the spring. You may have heard of Philadelphia. It's the city of brotherly love. She was so happy to grow up in the city of brotherly love in Philadelphia. Which city would you rather go to? New York, Chicago, or Philadelphia? Fill in the blanks, okay? Number 1, the city suffers from because there are too many people there. What do you think? Overcrowding. The city suffers from overcrowding because there are too many people there. Number 2, it is much easier to spread in a big city, so we must get vaccinated. What do you think? It's disease. It is much easier to spread disease in a big city, so we must get vaccinated. Number 3, a huge disadvantage of city life is I really miss the trees and animals. Lack of nature. A huge disadvantage of city life is lack of nature. Number 4, unfortunately, our city has, and thus a lot of poverty. Thus means like therefore or so. And I think it's low wages. A huge disadvantage of, 4, unfortunately our city has low wages. 5, I want to move to a city with good and for my kids. What do you think are those two words? I want to move to a city with good schools and libraries for my kids. 6. The heavy traffic and the numerous factories cause much air pollution. The heavy traffic and the numerous factories cause much air pollution. 7. The capital city of my country has... I would never buy a house there. Unaffordable housing. The capital city of my country has unaffordable housing. And 8. If the goes out, we will have to use candles. This one is electricity. If the electricity goes out, we will have to use candles. Let's put together some of the vocabulary and phrases we learned today into one paragraph. One of the biggest problems with cities is lack of nature. I think there are a number of reasons why lack of nature is a problem. First, human beings feel stressed when they are far away from trees and animals. Trees and animals remind us that we are part of this beautiful earth. Sometimes, being in a big, artificial city can feel very stressful and unnatural. Pollution is also a big problem in cities. I think that air and water pollution are both disasters, and they are harmful for the environment and for our health. And on top of all that, cities are often too crowded. Personally, I am uncomfortable when surrounded by a lot of people. Although cities certainly have problems, the benefits include easy public transportation, good hospitals and libraries, and numerous job opportunities. There are advantages and disadvantages to living in cities. Your challenge is to use this vocabulary and talk about your city, or if you don't live in a city, talk about your opinion on a big city. Okay? Remember, maybe your city has a nickname, and talk about the problems and use these phrases. Okay? I hope you learned something new today. Let's practice talking about sports and exercise. Repeat after me. This is the vocabulary. Football. Football. Lifting weights. Lifting weights. Jogging. Jogging. Swimming. Swimming. Walking. Walking. Cycling. Cycling. Going to the gym. Going to the gym. Playing tennis. Playing tennis. Skateboarding. Skateboarding. Okay, cool. What is your favorite sport or exercise? It's very easy to answer this question. You just say, my favorite sport is football. So what's the difference between sport and exercise? Sport is usually something that you play with a team, and it's like a competition where there's a winner and a loser. However, exercise is more something you do for your physical fitness, and you can do it with other people or you can do it by yourself, and there's no score. There's no winners or losers. So my favorite sport is football, and my favorite exercise is jogging. What is your least favorite sport or exercise? My least favorite sport is swimming because I don't have a pool. My least favorite exercise is lifting weights because they are too heavy. Those are just examples, right? What is the easiest and the most difficult? For this question, You should say a reason. You need to have a reason. What is the easiest? The easiest exercise is walking because anyone can do it and it does not require too much physical stamina. Most difficult, I have to say, the most difficult exercise is skateboarding because it requires so much skill and practice. Now, what do you use to play basketball? Let's go over the vocabulary for sports equipment. So we have a ball, weight, swimsuit, bicycle, goggles, racket, helmet, sneaker. So what do you use to play basketball? To play basketball, you use a ball and sneakers. What do you need to swim? To swim, you need a swimsuit and goggles. Where can you go swimming? You can go swimming at a pool. Where do you like to go jogging? I like to go jogging in the forest. Okay, so hopefully that vocabulary helps you to talk about sports and exercise. Let's read a dialogue. Follow along. Hey Henry, what's your favorite sport? Hey Josie, my favorite sport used to be basketball, but now I prefer football. Oh, I see. What is your least favorite sport? Well, my least favorite sport is golf. I find it slightly boring. Do you enjoy exercising? Yes, I like exercising. I like swimming and going to the gym. That's great. What do you do at the gym? Well, I usually lift weights at the gym. I also attend weekly yoga classes. Oh, I see. I used to play tennis, but I stopped when I lost my racket. So now you just play football? What do you use to play football? Football is simple. To play football, you only need sneakers and a ball. Okay, there's two idioms using sports words, sports terminology. So drop the ball means you made a stupid mistake or forgot something really important. If you do something at work that's bad, you can tell your boss, I'm so sorry, I dropped the ball. Stay ahead of the game. That means having a competitive advantage. So our company needs to stay ahead of the game and implement the new technology. So you can use these in a business context, really. Drop the ball and stay ahead of the game. Fill in the blank. Number 1, my favorite exercise is in the park. You know, sometimes there could be more than one right answer. So my favorite exercise is skateboarding in the park. That sounds fun. Number 2, my least favorite exercise is in the pool. That one is swimming. Swimming in the pool. 3, I need to go swimming. I need goggles and a swimsuit to go swimming. Number 4, you need to play tennis. You need a You need a racket to play tennis. There's many different sports. They're called racket sports. So tennis, badminton, squash. They all use rackets. 5. I can play on a field. I can play football on a field. Number 6. The most difficult exercise is... It's up to you. There could be more than one right answer. So you could say lifting weights. Number 7. To go skateboarding, you need to stay safe while you're skateboarding, you need a helmet. Number 8. She likes jogging and cycling. Yeah. So, putting it all together. Hi, my name is Maria. I want to talk about sports and exercise. My favorite sport is tennis. I like it because it is fun. My least favorite sport is swimming. I do not like swimming because I do not know how to swim. I think that the easiest exercise is walking, and the hardest exercise is skateboarding. Skateboarding is hard because you need to have good balance. To play my favorite sport, tennis, you use a racket and a ball. I can play tennis at the park beside my house. Although I cannot swim, my sister can. She likes swimming. To swim, you need goggles and a swimsuit. You can swim at the beach or at the pool. Sports and exercise are very important for a healthy life. So now, given what we've learned today, you should be able to talk for about 1 minute about sports and exercise. Hello, let's talk about movies. First, we got to look at the vocabulary. Story. Soundtrack. Characters. Actors. Stars. Director. Blockbuster. Cinematography. Script. And if you look at the questions, you can see number 1 says, what movie genres do you like? So first, we got to learn genres. Here are some movie genres. Action, cartoon, comedy, drama, horror, romantic comedy or rom-com, science fiction or sci-fi, thriller. So you can say, I like action movies and I dislike drama. Number 2, what do you think makes a movie good? So here we're going to use some of the vocabulary up here. So I think cinematography and directors make movies good. Number 3, what contributes to a movie being bad? I think a poor script and bad soundtrack contributes to a movie being bad. What kind of movies would you like to see made more often in the future? In the future, I'd like to see comedies made more often. Okay, here are some adjectives that you can use to describe movies. I'm going to describe a movie I recently enjoyed. It's called The Batman. The movie is about corruption in Gotham City. Robert Pattinson is the star. It's set in an imaginary city called Gotham. I really enjoyed it for a few reasons. Firstly, It was exciting, and it had a thought-provoking story. Also, I really appreciated the actors and the script. So maybe you can try to talk about a movie you've seen recently using some of these adjectives and some of this vocabulary. Let's read a dialogue. Josie and Henry are chatting about new movies. Have you seen any good movies lately? I was thinking of going to the cinema this weekend. Oh yeah, I saw the new Batman. I enjoyed it very much. It had good cinematography and a good soundtrack. Oh, okay, cool. I heard it was really exciting and thought-provoking. Is anything else playing this weekend? There is a new Fantastic Beasts movie, but I heard it was bad. It has a terrible script, and the director was not creative. I think I will check out that new sci-fi movie. Jessica Biel is the star. I heard it's scary and also a bit sad. I've seen the trailer for that movie, but I don't really know what the story is about. I am a fan of sci-fi though. What other movie genres do you like? I'm a fan of horror, thriller, and drama. How about you? I usually stick to sci-fi and fantasy. Let me know if you want to come to the cinema with me this weekend. All right. So that's a pretty realistic conversation about movies. And we can see some idioms here. The first one, live up to the hype. When a movie lives up to the hype, it means that it was just as successful as everyone thought it would be. Break a leg. This is what actors say when they want to wish each other good luck. It's actually a superstition in show business that you don't say good luck. You're supposed to say break a leg. To be in the limelight. That's when you are famous and everyone knows who you are. It's called being in the limelight. So those are 3 movie idioms. Live up to the hype, break a leg, and to be in the limelight. So fill in the blanks. Number 1. Movies about aliens, space, and technology are usually science fiction. Number 2. If a movie is about love and it is also funny, it is a romantic comedy. Number 3. Generally speaking, children enjoy cartoon. Number 4. The art of camera angles, composition, and editing is called cinematography. Number 5. A movie with boring conversations likely has a bad a bad script. Number 6, most movies live in Los Angeles. Stars, most movie stars. 7, musicians compose a movie's soundtrack. Musicians compose a movie's soundtrack. Number 8, a big expensive summer movie with a lot of expectations and stars is called a blockbuster. Okay, so I recently watched a movie called Oblivion. It was a science fiction movie starring Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is well known for his action movies. especially Mission Impossible. The movie was set on Earth, but in the future. The script was interesting and it had a lot of surprises and thrills. I also think that the soundtrack of this movie was pretty interesting. Although it wasn't the best movie ever, I had fun watching it. Generally speaking, I like thrillers or action movies with good cinematography and thought-provoking plots. I am often disappointed by movies which are not creative or original. I feel that these days Hollywood produces a lot of generic, boring films that have no profound message or interesting artistic vision. I think Hollywood needs to focus on new ideas with new directors, scripts, and soundtracks. This would help them to create more interesting and outstanding films. So, given what we learned today, you should be able to talk for about 1 minute about movies. So, try to utilize the vocabulary and the sentence structures that we learned.